That splash of crimson looked like a wound deliberately slashed across her pristine, pale purple gown. Alice expertly drew in a sharp breath and put on a look of panic as she apologized, her voice dripping with false sweetness as she lamented spilling wine on her dear sister. Sophia. Sophia's gaze fell on the ugly, spreading stain. The delicate fabric had been defiled, and a public humiliation had been painted red. Alice's voice continued, like a thread wrapped in malice, woven into her concern, implying that perhaps Sophia should not have been standing there in the first place, saying she was so sorry about the stain that it truly looked awful. A small, triumphant snicker slipped from Alice's lips, and the sound stabbed Sophia's very soul with pain. That laughter always made her ears ache. Her heart clenched with a cold and familiar fury. She could not help wondering how her past self had ever been deceived by this girl, blinded by this master of feigned innocence. Sophia lifted her gaze, her red eyes locking onto Alice. She accused her stepsister directly, her voice low and steady, saying Alice had no shame and had clearly done it on purpose. Alice's eyes widened perfectly, putting on a theatrical look of shock as she asked whether Sophia was truly accusing her and even demanded an apology. But before the farce could continue, a sharp, commanding voice cut through the air, saying it was far too noisy here. The crowd parted, and there he was, Prince Leo. His presence radiated an almost suffocating aura of power and elegance. Alice immediately abandoned her performance and clung to the prince's arm, pointing her slender finger at Sophia's ruined gown. But Prince Leo's gaze passed over her completely. His eyes were calm and focused, resting only on Sophia. In an unexpectedly gentle voice, he asked whether she was all right. This sudden concern threw Sophia off balance. She stammered an apology for her unsightly appearance and tried to excuse herself, wanting only to escape this suffocating attention. But just as she turned to leave, a warm, strong hand grasped her wrist. The one who stopped her was the prince. He told her there was no need to mind it, and reminded her that tonight was his birthday banquet. He gave her a gentle smile that made her lower her guard and promised to prepare a new gown for her to change into. He wanted her to stay by his side. Sophia could only stare at him in a daze, her heart pounding wildly in her chest as she softly called him by his title, Your Highness. A choked sound twisted by rage burst out beside them. Alice's face was like a mask burning with blazing fury, and the sweet demeanor she had so carefully constructed shattered completely. She screamed at Leo, demanding to know why he was ignoring her. She demanded that he look at her. A scandalized murmur rippled through the guests. Everyone stared at Alice, shocked and embarrassed by her public outburst. She was losing control, her desperation laid bare before everyone's eyes. Alice's voice rose to a hysterical pitch as she screamed at Sophia, telling her not to get her way. She shrieked that she was the one who would marry Prince Leo and become the princess consort. Then, strangely, she questioned Sophia, asking whether she did not think Alice was cute. Sophia looked at her, and a long, contemplative silence hung in the air. Then a cold smile slowly bloomed on her lips. "Goo, you?" Sophia's thoughts were as sharp as a blade. Just how stupid could Alice possibly be? She was no longer the obedient, accommodating sister who would satisfy every one of Alice's selfish demands. Memories surged toward her like a tide. The malice from this girl, the despair, the humiliation. In her heart, she made a silent and unshakable vow. In this life, she would return every last drop exactly as she had received it. It felt as though all of that had happened long ago, like memories from another world. Sophia remembered once sitting with Alice and giving her a handkerchief embroidered with delicate cherry blossoms. Alice had opened her eyes wide and praised it with delight, saying the embroidery was so beautiful that it looked as perfect as something bought from a shop. She said Sophia was the best sister. And Sophia, naive and trusting then, merely demurred modestly, while her heart swelled with love for the girl she regarded as family. Alice was an orphan, a child adopted by the ducal family, and Sophia's stepsister. She was the child of a distant relative, and after that relative died, she had been left all alone. Her father had taken her in. Though she came from poverty, Alice was like a ray of sunshine, innocent, cheerful, and beloved by everyone. This formed a stark contrast with Sophia's own life. Sophia remembered Alice finding an invitation to a tea party and asking with large, curious eyes whether she was going to attend. The question made Sophia's stomach tighten violently. Unlike Alice, she was hated by everyone. She was an outcast of high society, an oddity rejected amid whispers and coldly turned backs. She did not know when it had all begun, but at some point, everyone had started avoiding her. She would timidly ask herself whether she had done something wrong, her heart aching with confusion. The other young ladies would only exchange cold glances and whisper that she had a terrible personality. Their contempt seemed almost tangible, pushing her into even deeper isolation. At the time, she had not realized that she made everyone so uncomfortable. That question tormented her constantly. When had it started, and why? Her fear of those judging gazes grew and eventually became a cage. She could no longer remember how many years she had shut herself in her room, hiding from the world. And Alice was always there to comfort her. She would hold Sophia tightly, that touch a suffocating lie. She would whisper that it was fine if Sophia did not go, that as long as she had Alice by her side, that was enough. Sophia, starved for even the smallest kindness, would thank her through tears. After one such moment of comfort, Alice had an idea and suggested they go visit their mother. Sophia hesitated, reminding Alice that Mother was ill and that they should not go near her. But Alice insisted it would only be for a little while. Their mother's illness had been worsening over the past few years. She had been placed in a secluded room for treatment, and visits had been strictly forbidden for a long time. But Alice was skilled at persuasion, saying gently that Mother would surely be happy to see their faces. Weak-willed and foolish Sophia agreed. They arranged to meet in front of their mother's room after dinner. After Alice closed the door, her sweet expression melted away, replaced by a cold, calculating smile. She warned Sophia not to be late. The door clicked shut, casting the memory into darkness. That night, a storm raged outside, and Sophia stood alone in the dim corridor waiting. She wondered whether Alice was already inside. She took a breath, pushed open the door, and softly called out to her mother. The sight before her stole the air from her lungs. Alice was leaning over their mother's bedside, both hands clamped tightly over their mother's face. She was suffocating her. Their mother's eyes, filled with fear and pain, found Sophia. Her lips moved, and a faint, desperate Sophia escaped before being muffled again. A scream tore from Sophia's throat. Mother! Their mother's hands, which had been struggling weakly, fell limply onto the sheets. Sophia rushed forward, grabbed Alice by the shoulders, and demanded in a broken voice what she was doing. Alice lifted her head, her expression eerily calm, and said Mother had been suffering for so long. Then a twisted, grotesque smile spread across her face. She had merely made Mother's suffering a little easier. Before Sophia could comprehend those horrifying words, Alice's body went limp. A blood-curdling scream burst from Alice's throat. She suddenly fell backward to the floor, as if someone had shoved her hard. At that moment, their father and the maids, drawn by the commotion, rushed into the room. Alice crawled into their father's arms and sobbed hysterically. Her fingers shot out, trembling as she pointed at Sophia. She screamed that it was her sister, that her sister had killed their mother. The accusation hung in the air, thick and poisonous. Sophia froze in place as the world collapsed around her. She denied it, her voice hollow as a whisper. No, it wasn't me, but it was useless. The fear and condemnation in the eyes of her father and the servants said everything. She had already been convicted. When she came back to herself, she was on the cold stone floor of a cell. A guard told her with chilling indifference that her execution was set for the next morning, and that she had best confess before then. She could hear the guards outside the cell, their words filled with disgust as they spoke of how cruel she was, saying the true nature of that wicked young lady had finally been revealed. Scalding tears ran down her face. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. The real murderer was Alice. But no one would listen. No one ever listened to her. A soft sound made her look toward the cell door. Alice stood there, bathed in the dim torchlight, a bright, mocking smile on her face. She looked down at Sophia, her voice a sweet and poisonous whisper. Sister. That word was like a curse. Sophia threw herself at the iron bars, gripping the cold metal with both hands. She screamed at her, demanding to know why she had killed Mother and why she had framed her. Alice shrank back dramatically and let out a small cry, as if she were terribly frightened, but her eyes glittered with pleasure. She told Sophia that shouting was useless, no matter how loudly she cried out. She asked whether Sophia had seen their eyes, saying not a single one of them believed her. She would die miserably. Then Alice delivered the final, devastating blow. She leaned closer and whispered with victorious pride that she had orchestrated all of it herself. Sophia's mind spun as she demanded to know what Alice meant. Alice merely posed smugly and asked whether she was not popular, whether she was not adorable. With nauseating delight, she explained her twisted strategy. She had created the image of a sweet commoner girl, then tearfully confided in everyone that her noble sister Sophia could never seem to get along with her. If she said that while crying, what would happen? Everyone would flock to her side. Deceiving them, she said with a laugh, was pitifully easy. Why? Sophia whispered the single word, carrying endless pain. Why would you do something like this? Alice's smile turned cruel. She said that when they first met, she thought Sophia had no idea what suffering was. She had loving parents and looked so happy, so disgustingly happy, and that irritated Alice. So she decided to make Sophia experience real pain too. Her plan was simple. Take everything from her, destroy everything, and finally kill her. But Mother, she admitted with a sneer, could not be fooled. That woman kept scolding her, so Alice had a sudden stroke of inspiration. What if she poisoned Mother, made her suffer terribly, then killed her and pinned everything on Sophia? The truth struck Sophia like a physical blow. She staggered back and cried shrilly, "You're lying. Mother fell ill because of you." Her world shattered into a million pieces. Alice peered down at her from above the iron bars, her upside-down face like a mask of pure evil. She said softly that seeing her ignorant, kind-hearted sister always made her want to laugh. Finally, she said lightly, "Goodbye, my foolish sister," and turned away, vanishing and leaving Sophia alone in an all-crushing darkness. On the day of the execution, the sky was gray and overcast. She knelt on the wooden platform, the guillotine rising like the silhouette of a monster beneath the cloud-filled sky. Below, the crowd was a sea of hate-filled faces. A stone flew from the crowd and struck her hard in the temple. A man screamed that she had killed her own mother, that she was a monster. Blood ran down her face and mingled with her tears. "Mother," she sobbed, "I'm sorry." Even in the final moments of her life, she still blamed herself, regretting that she had failed to guide Alice onto the right path. Her eyes swept desperately over the crowd, searching. Then she saw him. "Father," she cried hoarsely, her voice rough with despair. He looked so thin, so broken. She begged him to listen to her, to believe her. But Alice was right there, clinging tightly to his arm, her face buried in his coat. She whispered that they should go, that she could not bear to see her sister like this. Their father turned away, his face carved with sorrow, while Alice peered over his shoulder. Sophia saw it, a victorious, venomous sneer. In that instant, everything became terrifyingly clear. Why was she smiling like that? Ah, she finally understood. She had been wrong all along. There had never been any right path for Alice to take. Alice had not been led astray. She was simply a villainess. A flame of pure, unadulterated hatred ignited in Sophia's soul. The guard seized her and roughly forced her head down. A beast-like growl tore from her throat. "I will never forgive you. I will never forgive you. I will never, ever forgive you. You are the demon who destroyed my family." As the blade fell, she offered one final prayer to any god or demon willing to listen. She would give anything, even her life, if only that hateful Alice would meet the same despair. The world exploded in a spray of crimson. Then came darkness, a blur of light. A voice called her name from far away, faint and distant. "Sophia, Sophia." Her eyelashes fluttered open. She was in her own bed. Her parents were leaning over her, their faces etched with worry. Her father was alive, healthy and alive, calling for a doctor at once. Mother, father, they were alive. But had she not just been executed? She stumbled to the mirror and stared at the younger version of herself reflected there. A child stared back. A voice called her sister, and when she turned, she saw a tiny, seemingly innocent Alice. Nausea rose inside her. Her father explained that she had tried to pick fruit from a tree and fallen. The memory struck her like lightning. This had happened when she was 9. Alice had kept begging her to pick the fruit, and in the end, Sophia had been injured. She had returned to that moment. She was alive again. Alice rushed to her side with a perfect expression of concern, asking whether she was all right and apologizing, saying it was all her fault. Those familiar, hypocritical words echoed in Sophia's mind. "I'm sorry, it's all Alice's fault." A strange, dark pleasure welled up in her heart, and she began to laugh. Wild, uncontrolled laughter filled the room, startling her family into silence. Alice stared at her in utter confusion. Sophia reached out and took her hand. "Oh, Alice." This girl's complete and undisguised shamelessness was almost funny. She squeezed Alice's hand hard enough to make the girl's face twist in pain. Sophia lifted her head, her eyes still wrapped in bandages, and showed a sweet yet terrifying smile. She thanked Alice for worrying about her. In her mind, however, a storm of cold calculations was raging. If God had given her this chance, then this time, she would not make any mistakes. She thought she was truly lucky to have a little sister like Alice. Because if Alice could take away everything Sophia cherished, then Sophia would take everything from Alice as well. Her parents asked worriedly why she was laughing and whether her head hurt. She said lightly that she had merely had an interesting dream. Her father sighed in relief, but also said that with her injury, attending next week's banquet would likely be impossible. A banquet. He explained that an invitation had arrived for Prince Leo's 10th birthday banquet. Prince Leo. The name sent a shock through her entire body. That cold-blooded prince. She remembered, in her previous life, it was precisely because of this injury that she had been unable to attend. Just as she expected, Alice immediately clung to their father and cried that she wanted to meet the prince too. Sophia watched the scene unfold, a slow, predatory smile passing across her lips. Oh no, this was far too interesting. Wonderful and terrible ideas for how to drag this girl into hell, poured endlessly into her mind. Alice hugged their father's leg and acted spoiled, saying she wanted to meet the prince. Their father gently explained that Alice had not received an invitation. Alice pouted and said that if she did not marry the prince, she could not become the princess consort. Their mother laughed and asked whether Alice wanted to be the princess consort. Alice declared with a radiant smile that of course she did, because she was cute. Sophia watched this nauseating scene, her expression gradually hardening. She remembered this obsession. From the very beginning, Alice had been fixated on marrying Prince Leo. And in her previous life, by the time Sophia was about to be executed, that marriage had nearly been settled through some wicked means Alice had used. A tiny, sharp smile rose to Sophia's lips. "Mother, father," she announced in a clear, bright voice, "I want to tend the ball." Her parents turned in surprise. She lifted her head, opened her innocent eyes wide, and added, "I truly want to become closer to Prince Leo." Her father's face lit up with pride, but Alice froze. Her face twisted, her adorable expression melting into pure, undisguised rage. She had realized it, and Sophia could almost taste her fury. As the Duke's true biological daughter, Sophia was a strong candidate to become the prince's bride, while Alice was not. Sophia gave her a calm, knowing smile. "The prince you admire so much," she thought, like a silent and venomous promise. "This time he is mine." The Richelieu kingdom was a land of abundance, ruled by a stern and just king. His only son, and the heir eagerly awaited by the entire kingdom, was Leo Richelieu. People expected him to become even wiser than his father, and so he was given the finest and harshest education. It was a life bound by duty. The weight of the crown had rested on his shoulders for birth. When the great nobles tried to deceive the king with honeyed words and beg for forgiveness, Prince Leo, only 15 years old, executed them without mercy or the slightest hesitation. He was the next king, the most loyal of subjects. But he was a man without a heart. For that reason, the people gave him a title, the cold-blooded prince. Sophia remembered seeing him once at his 16th birthday celebration before she locked herself away. His eyes had been so cold, terribly cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Just thinking of seeing him again sent fear crawling up her spine. But she had no other choice. She would go to this banquet. She had to go. The night of the banquet arrived, and the grand hall glittered beneath the chandeliers and the radiance of high society. Sophia made her entrance. Dressed in a lavender gown, she looked like a beautiful painting. She introduced herself as Sophia, eldest daughter of Duke Owen. Her curtsy was flawless, and her smile was graceful and proper. The nobles were immediately drawn to her, praising her beautiful dress and composed bearing. Her father smiled proudly and announced to everyone that she was his daughter. This attention was completely different from the contempt in her memories, and it felt warm. But just then a voice cut in. "Sister, you have stolen everyone's attention. That is not fair." Alice pushed her way forward, clung tightly to Sophia's arm, introduced herself as her younger sister, and said she hoped to get along well with everyone. The nobles laughed at her lively manner. Alice shyly thanked them, but Sophia could sense the malicious thoughts radiating from her. Nobles are all so easy to fool. They are nothing but a pack of idiots. Those silent words were so clear, it was as if they rang directly inside her heart. This girl had just thrown a huge tantrum in order to come along. Maintaining a calm expression was utterly exhausting. Her mother noticed her tense expression and asked if she was feeling unwell. Sophia smiled reassuringly and said she was only a little tired and wanted to step outside for some air. She fled to the balcony, and the cool night breeze let her breathe a sigh of relief. This would not do. Her emotions had already shown on her face. She knew she could not be careless. If she openly treated Alice harshly, that girl would surely seize the chance to play the victim, twisting every account until Sophia became the villain again. She took a deep breath and calmed herself. Her goal was clear. She absolutely could not let Alice marry Prince Leo. In her previous life, neither of them had attended this banquet. If she could meet the prince here now, perhaps things would finally begin to move in her favor. First, she had to find him. He was not in the banquet hall. She walked into the moonlit garden to search, and then a faint sound reached her ears. It was a sob. It sounded like someone was crying. She peered from behind the rose bushes and saw him. A young boy was curled up among a bed of white flowers, his shoulders trembling with silent, heartbreaking sobs. He looked terribly sad. She walked toward him, and as she drew near, her eyes caught the glint of metal on his chest. It was the royal crest, a symbol only close relatives of the king were allowed to wear. Shock swept through her. That poor crying boy had to be Prince Leo. My heart pounded violently between my ribs as I looked down through the fragrant curtain of roses. Below, among a patch of deep crimson blossoms, a boy was curled up. He made a vivid contrast with the bright petals, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. My breath caught in my throat. It cannot be Leo. His wide eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he stared fixedly at me, like a startled and fragile portrait. But in the next instant, that softness vanished, replaced by cold suspicion. His sharp, icy voice cut through the quiet garden air as he demanded to know who I was. Cold, razor-edged panic seized me. Oh no, I should not have spoken so casually. His face was full of aristocratic anger, and his blue eyes were bone-chillingly cold. He accused me of spying, his tone full of menace, saying I dared to peek at others and must be tired of living. It was him. This was the cold-blooded prince from my memories. If I angered him, I was finished. My blood instantly ran cold. But then he stammered, his voice trembling, and asked whether I was speaking to him while knowing who he was. Wait, I blinked, as if the whole world had tilted. He had just stammered? Was this blushing, stammering boy really that infamous cold-blooded prince? The man in my memories from my previous life was a terrifying existence. He was the emperor seated on the throne, looking down on everyone as though they were nothing but livestock. No matter what he faced, his expression never changed. Those eyes were always cold enough to drive one to despair. His flustered shout pulled me back to reality as he demanded why I was only staring at him. But his anger quickly turned into embarrassment, and he apologized in a low voice. Only then did I see the faint tear tracks he was trying to hide. He looked like a lost and sorrowful little puppy. An unexpected, bold confidence rose in my heart. If the current prince was like this, I could handle him. I composed myself, performed an elegant curtsy, and introduced myself with a calm smile, saying I was Sophia, eldest daughter of Duke Owen. He was completely flustered by my formal greeting. He muttered that it was rude of me to say his name before he had introduced himself. But he immediately came to his senses and apologized for his own discourtesy. He cleared his throat, his cheeks flushing faintly again, formally accepted my apology, and told me to raise my head. Then he introduced himself as Nezuko Recapz, his posture stiff and dignified. He added in a low voice that I had seen him at his most pathetic. I hurriedly shook my head and insisted that I had seen nothing. He did not believe me. His gaze pierced me sharply, and he said bluntly that I had seen him crying. I could only apologize softly. He let out a cold laugh, bitter in the quiet garden. He told me not to pretend, and said he knew I would later laugh about it with others. His voice lowered, and the pain mixed into it stabbed my heart. He admitted that his attendants always made fun of him, saying he was a failure and that they could hardly believe he was actually a prince. I drew in a sharp breath. How could they say that to him? To this future tyrant, this cold-blooded emperor. He turned to me then, his vulnerable expression replaced by a guarded glare, and asked what I could possibly understand about him. My throat went dry. He was right. I had carelessly spoken based on the man he would become in my memories, not the boy standing before me now. He looked away, his voice dropping almost to a whisper as he confessed the deepest fear in his heart. Everyone had once feared his father, the flawless and untouchable king. But compared to his father, he felt utterly useless. He would get so nervous that he could not even greet people properly, and in the end he could only hide in places like this and cry. His young voice carried a crushing burden as he added that if others looked down on him, it would damage his majesty's honor, and he absolutely could not allow that to happen. I looked at his small hands clenched tightly into fists, and my heart suddenly ached with a surge of empathy. I understood now. He had always been enduring that insane, suffocating pressure of being the next king over and over again, until he had no choice but to close off his heart and become the cold-blooded prince everyone feared. I remember that feeling all too clearly. Back then, I had only wanted to make my parents proud. I desperately wanted to become a good older sister Alice could look up to, and yet everything went wrong. Everyone misunderstood me, and I suddenly became completely alone. In the end, everyone hated me. My memories turned scarlet, the cold bite of the steel blade, the darkness of death. If only even one person had believed in me back then. My pain echoed in him, becoming a shared loneliness that crossed time. I met his gaze, my voice gentle yet firm. I told him that I could not fully understand everything he had endured, but then I added, with a certainty that surprised even me, that I believed in him. I knew that one day he would surely become a great king, Prince Leo. He looked at me with wide, shocked eyes and whispered that no one had ever said such a thing to him before. A hesitant, slow smile bloomed on his face, and its pure light made me hold my breath. He said it was strange, but he felt as if his heart had become a little lighter. He looked so delicate, so kind. How could this boy become that tyrant? A sinister thought quietly crept into my mind. Did I truly care about this poor boy, or did I merely want to use him for revenge? Thud! The sound of the guillotine echoed deep within my soul. Thud! The jeering crowd, those faces twisted by hatred. Alice, her smile like a poisoned slit in the darkness. Thud! In the end, cold nothingness embraced me. My resolve hardened into something sharp and indestructible. Of course it was for revenge. For her, that demon. I would make Alice taste a despair even deeper than the one I had suffered back then. That was what I wanted to accomplish in this life. I suppressed the darkness in my heart and forced myself to show a gentle smile. I remembered that my mother had once told me that confiding in others could make the heart feel lighter. I told him that if something was hurting him, he could tell me anytime. His small hand reached for mine, his touch warm and hesitant. He thanked me, his voice heavy with emotion, saying he was truly glad I had been the one to find him. He stammered that it was about time to go back and offered to escort me to the entrance of the hall. A trace of confidence crossed his face as he gently took my hand and placed it on his arm, explaining that escorting a lady was, after all, a gentleman's duty. A blush climbed up my neck. In that instant, he looked astonishingly mature. When we returned to the dazzling banquet hall, a comfortable silence settled between us. Leo looked around and noticed that Alice was nowhere nearby. My stomach immediately tightened. In my previous life, Alice had set her sights on His Highness from the very beginning. Back then, the cold prince had completely ignored her. But now, this innocent and vulnerable boy would be in terrible danger if she got close to him. She would surely manipulate him for her own benefit. I had to stop that at all costs. Sophia, his voice pulled me back from my dark thoughts. I looked up at him. He was blushing again, looking at me with those sincere eyes, and stammered as he asked whether, if I was willing, I could go with him. "So this is where you were." That sweet, cloying voice stabbed into my heart like a cold dagger. I froze, my blood seeming to turn to sludge in my veins. I slowly turned around, dread coiling in my stomach. There she was. Damn it, Alice. Her smile was sickeningly sweet, but the eyes she fixed on the prince were filled with a predator's hunger. She greeted me sweetly, but her mind was already spinning rapidly, guessing who the boy beside me was. Alice had found us. Her innocent disguise was like a spider web, and she had already begun asking curiously who this child with her sister was. My thoughts raced. I had to get Prince Leo away from her now, as calmly and quickly as possible. I forced myself to put on a bright smile and turned to my younger sister, thanking her for coming to find me. I took her hand and tried to lead her away, telling her we should return to father and the others, but she did not move an inch. Her gaze was locked onto something. It was a shining royal crest pinned to Leo's uniform. The moment she recognized it, pure greed lit up her eyes. A cunning, knowing smile spread across her lips. Before I could stop her, she shook off my hand. She stood before the prince and showed him a dazzling smile. She introduced herself as Alice and asked him to take good care of her. I clenched my fists, icy anger rising inside me. Just as I thought, there was no way she would behave herself. Alice drew closer to Leo and said warmly that she had always wanted to meet the prince. He looked utterly confused and asked if she was talking about him. "Yes," she said cheerfully. Then her expression turned into pitiful concern. She pointed out that his eyes looked a little red and asked if he had been crying. She leaned even closer, lowering her voice into a conspiratorial whisper and assuring him that if something sad had happened, she could make everything better. I watched in horror. No, in his current vulnerable state, he might truly be deceived by her acting. I moved immediately, stretching out my arm between them. I lowered my head and begged His Highness to forgive my sister's shocking rudeness. In that instant, Alice's perfect smile wavered. She looked genuinely confused, but Leo's entire aura had changed. A shadow crossed his face, and he looked down at Alice, his voice cold as ice as he called her an insolent commoner. His eyes were no longer gentle, but burned with violent anger. He ordered her to understand where she belonged, said she should be kneeling on the ground, and demanded how she dared to touch him so casually. Alice backed away in fright, terrified and confused, and stammered as she asked why he was so angry. With chilling decisiveness, he told her that he did not recall ever giving someone like her permission to look directly at his face. Her composure shattered completely. She could not understand why her charm was not working. I stepped forward again, bowed deeply, sincerely apologized for my sister's behavior, and begged him to show us mercy. I risked raising my eyes to glance at him. His expression was completely cold. He was exactly like the prince from my previous life. He gave a short, contemptuous snort and turned his back on us. I let out a trembling breath as sharp, profound relief surged through me. At least he had not fallen into Alice's fangs. But my relief was soon interrupted by Alice's furious hiss in my ear. She demanded to know why I had interrupted when she was speaking to the prince. I turned to face her, my own expression growing cold. Her pretty face twisted into an extremely ugly look of rage. And as I looked at her, I could not help letting a small smile of victory spread across my lips. Ah, this revenge really was worthwhile. In the carriage ride home, my parents noticed nothing at all and were relieved as they said the debut had gone smoothly. Mother praised both of us for performing well when we greeted the king. She singled out Alice in particular, and Alice giggled under the attention, posing proudly. I looked at her and thought that she truly was perceptive, able to switch masks so easily. I sat in silence, my thoughts drifting elsewhere, temporarily forgetting Alice as my mind filled with worry for Prince Leo. When we gave our formal greetings afterward, he had become a completely different person. His expression was blank, and his eyes refused to meet mine. It felt as if the warm, charming boy I had met in the garden had been nothing but a dream. His cold, distant face lingered in my mind. I remembered the shy, stammering words he had spoken before Alice appeared. At the time, he had been asking whether I would be willing to go with him. I looked up at the city lights passing outside the carriage window and wondered what he had wanted to say. It seemed I could only wait until our next meeting to find out. The next day, I was walking through the grand corridors of the manor. So much had happened, but I thought my first meeting with Prince Leo had gone more or less smoothly. I only needed to think carefully about what to do next. Sophia. A sharp voice interrupted my thoughts. A slow, cunning smile rose to my lips. Perfect timing. I turned to look at my governess, Miss Louise, pretending to be surprised. She looked down at me from above and demanded that I greet her properly. I apologized sweetly and politely wished her good afternoon. She let out an irritated sigh, scolded me for being absent-minded, and said I should learn from Miss Alice. My smile remained, but my eyes were as cold as ice. Alice never greeted her. Such hypocrisy was absurd. Louise sent me to call Alice to class. I quietly agreed, thinking that this woman was unbearably arrogant. Louise Virgo. In my previous life, she had been one of Alice's earliest flatterers, foolishly praising my younger sister as a perfect lady. But in this life, a predatory light flashed through my eyes. I would make sure she left the stage early. In the classroom, Louise smugly asked about her homework. Alice answered cheerfully. Louise glanced at my blank paper, and a victorious sneer appeared on her face. Just as she expected, Miss Sophia could not solve it. Of course she could not. It was an essay question from the Royal Academy examination, and the hardest one at that. A 9-year-old child could not possibly solve it. A little girl with nothing but her status. Her face twisted with malice. That girl had dared to mock her, so she had to suffer. Louise came from a distinguished but bankrupt family and regarded herself as a genius. To repay her family's debts, she had been sold off in marriage to a lower-ranking viscount. She hated her crude, uncultured, soldier-like husband and resented the humiliating position of governess she had been forced into after his death. She viewed teaching me as the greatest humiliation, and in the face of my family's dazzling wealth, her misery and resentment only grew stronger. The first to manipulate her was Alice. Alice whispered fabricated lies, saying I had complained that her lessons were boring, throwing Louise into a panic that she might be dismissed. Then Alice played the hero, loudly declaring how much she loved these lessons, completely winning the vain teacher's heart. After that, Alice sealed my fate with a single suggestion. She proposed giving me more difficult problems and even faintly hinted that I might be smarter than Louise herself. The bait was taken. Louise flew into a rage at my supposed arrogance and swore to give me a difficult problem that would make me regret ever mocking her. And so her little game of torment began. She would berate me over the simplest questions. She would screech that I was a disgrace to the family for not understanding classical literature I was too young to have studied. I would shrink beneath her scolding and apologize through tears. And she would watch with a sick, satisfied smile. This was her cruelest pleasure. Today was supposed to be the same, but I did not cry. Instead, I began reading the essay I had completed, presenting a complex economic analysis that left her utterly shocked. She stared at me in dumbfounded silence, unable to understand how a foolish little girl could possibly solve this problem. I finished beautifully, looked at her with a bright and innocent smile, and asked what she thought. Her face turned pale. This assignment was a subject the Academy had studied for years, and even she could not answer it. My smile sharpened. I asked whether the teacher did not have an answer either. Before she could respond, I added cheerfully that because the assignment was so interesting, I had asked Mother whether we could invite an expert to the house to discuss it together. The classroom door opened, and Mother walked in, followed by a man who shattered Louise's world completely. It was Viscount Virgo, her husband. The color instantly drained from her face, and her eyes widened with pure shock as she stared at the man she had believed long dead. Why was he here? The world fractured around her in a blinding white light. Louise's breath caught in her throat, and a choked sound of disbelief escaped her lips, her eyes wide with extreme terror. That question screamed in her mind, turning into a silent, desperate plea. How could he be here? Her husband was actually here. Viscount Virgo stood before everyone, looking peaceful and satisfied, his smile gentle and humble, with easy charm. He explained that Miss Sophia had invited him and had insisted that she very much wanted him to come and see her. Cold terror wound its way up Louise's spine, nearly freezing the blood in her veins. In the background, Sophia smiled brightly, that smile like an innocent, angelic mask, yet a victorious light gleamed in her eyes, making Louise's stomach tighten. Louise stammered, her voice trembling, insisting that she knew absolutely nothing about this arrangement. Her mother-in-law, as always the calm mistress of the house, apologized gently and explained that Sophia had insisted on making it a surprise. Sophia seized the opportunity and walked lightly toward the Viscount, gracefully holding a sheet of paper in her hands. In a sweet voice, she welcomed him and thanked him for coming, then innocently asked whether he would mind looking at her essay assignment. Viscount Virgo was completely moved by her. He lowered his head and smiled at her, saying that he would be delighted to take a look. Louise's heart pounded wildly against her ribs. She lunged forward, reaching out, a desperate plea on her lips as she tried to make him wait, but it was already too late. Viscount Virgo took the sheet of paper from Sophia's hand, his expression still kind, murmuring that he would see what she had written. His gaze swept over the page, and the casual smile on his face began to stiffen. Then it slowly vanished, replaced by a grave, deeply furrowed frown. A cold silence descended over the room. The Viscount raised his eyes, now hard and sharp, and fixed them on his wife. He called her name, his voice low and dangerous, demanding to know what this was supposed to mean. Suppressed fury strained in his voice as he said heavily that even a foolish soldier like him, ignorant of letters as he was, could see that the contents of the page were entirely unsuitable for a young lady's education, much less for an 8-year-old child to study. Louise flinched as if she had been struck. Her face turned pale, and her whole body trembled. The Viscount's voice split the suffocating tension like a whip. His face twisted into a mask of rage as he harshly demanded that she answer him, roaring her name and asking what on earth she had been thinking. Panic seized Louise by the throat. She had to say something, anything. Her mind raced, desperately searching for a way out. She sucked in a desperate breath and pointed a shaking finger at the silver-haired little girl. It was Sophia. She cried shrilly, her voice filled with alarm. She claimed that Sophia had submitted this essay without her permission, completely ignoring the topic she had actually assigned her. Yes, that was it. The words poured out in a frantic flood of lies. She insisted that Sophia had always been arrogant, that the girl even fancied herself far cleverer than she truly was. Louise portrayed herself as the victim, a diligent governess merely trying to properly correct the behavior of a difficult child who was always embarrassing her. A thunderous enough had already torn through the air. Viscount Virgo's patience shattered completely. He seized Louise by the shoulder, his grip iron-hard, his face full of disgust. He growled that he would not allow her to continue bringing shame upon him, as if assigning such absurd and incomprehensible work were not enough. Now she had added insults and lies as well. Louise screamed, her voice cracking with disbelief and fury. How could he not believe her? She was his wife. His laughter was bitter and hollow. He spat that she had always been a useless puppet, incapable of even defying him. He said he had tried, his tone full of contempt, tried to be considerate of the woman who had married beneath her station to become his wife, all to save her crumbling family. But he had had enough. He would not forgive her again. If she claimed to be his wife, he said furiously, then she could prove it to him. He ordered her to take on the household duties she had so shamelessly pushed onto the housekeeper all this time. In addition, her finances would be placed under constant and strict supervision. If she dared to slack off for even a second, she would be punished. All color drained from Louise's face. Incoherently, she demanded how he could say such things to her. She was the daughter of a count, but he cut her off, his voice cold as frost, correcting her with cruel precision. She was the daughter of a former count, the daughter of a noble house that had fallen into ruin because her mother had squandered its wealth. He reminded her that her kind-hearted father had married her off to him only with the desperate hope that she, at least, could be saved from a family collapsing completely. A strangled gasp escaped her lips, and the last of her pride was stripped away, leaving her utterly exposed before everyone, broken beyond repair. He closed in on her, his shadow suffocating, his voice low like the growl of a beast, asking whether she finally understood her place. He told her to prepare herself, because he would personally beat that rotten arrogance out of her. Louise's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor, a heap of despair and humiliation. Her world crumbled into dust around her, while Sophia and Alice watched in silence. Nearby, Alice narrowed her ruby-red eyes slightly. She thought that this was truly very strange. Later, in the study, Duke Owen sighed wearily. He looked at Sophia with sympathy and said that today had truly been a disaster for her. Sophia wore a perfect mask of remorse, apologizing again and blaming herself for inviting the Viscount. But her father waved it off and said it was all right. He admitted that he had never imagined Louise could be so malicious. Yet deep in his heart, the Duke let out a faint sneer. He knew very well that Louise looked down on her husband. He had merely pushed the Viscount into punishing her, thinking that perhaps something interesting might happen. Even he had not expected the result to be so exquisitely satisfying. A sharp, intoxicating excitement swept through Sophia's entire body. She was grateful, deeply grateful to that man for crushing Louise's self-important pride. Ah, how delightful. She thought of her previous life, of how Louise had once driven her out of this manor, and now that memory seemed utterly absurd. The reason Louise had become so arrogant in the first place was because Alice had been manipulating everything behind the scenes. But her victory was not yet complete. Sophia knew that she still could not let down her guard. Just then, a warm hand rested on her head. Her father gently patted her and told her that he was proud of her for completing such a difficult assignment today. He said that for now, they should simply be glad that one dangerous element had been removed. Then he asked what they should do about a new teacher. Sophia seized the opportunity and asked her father whether she and Alice could be placed in separate classes from now on. She added that she had another request regarding her next teacher. The door to the study was suddenly pushed open. The butler rushed in, his face flushed with anxiety, and announced that the royal family had sent a letter to Miss Sophia. More precisely, he added, it had come from Prince Leo. 1 week later, Sophia walked through the palace's grand, sunlit corridors. Even now, she could hardly believe it. Prince Leo had personally written a letter inviting her to a tea party. Things were going even more smoothly than she had expected. She remembered the thunderous expression on Alice's face when she left the manor, and a satisfied smile rose to her lips. Now, she thought, steeling her resolve, she had to stay focused. She had to win His Highness's favor. She arrived at her destination, performed a perfect curtsy, and in a clear, sweet voice expressed her honor at having been invited. However, the prince seated at the garden table did not return her smile. His expression was hard, and his sharp violet eyes were fixed intently on her with an unsettling intensity. His posture was stiff, his uniform neat and dignified. Sophia's smile wavered, confusion tightening in her chest. What was going on? The air between them was filled with silent tension. Sophia stojihash spun rapidly. He has been glaring at me since just now, she thought, her initial excitement gradually turning into unease. When she received the invitation, she had been overjoyed, but no matter how she looked at it, this atmosphere did not resemble a friendly conversation. She nervously sipped her black tea, not even realizing that she had already emptied her cup. The prince noticed this, but reached silently for the teapot. He personally poured steaming tea in her cup. It was such a simple action, yet he performed it with surprising elegance, catching her off guard. Wait, she thought with wide eyes, he is pouring the tea himself? She looked around and suddenly realized that there was not a single maid nearby. As if seeing through her thoughts, he spoke for the first time, his voice low and flat. He said that he had ordered them to withdraw. Sophia felt an uneasy, prickling sensation. She had no idea what His Highness was thinking, but she would not let this opportunity slip away. She steadied her breathing and decided to break the silence head-on. She asked him directly whether, since he had sent everyone away, there was something he wished to say to her. His body jolted, and a faint blush rose to his cheeks. Encouraged, Sophia continued, her voice soft and carrying a feigned sadness. She confessed that she had been very happy to receive his invitation and had been looking forward to this meeting. But now it seemed she was the only one who had felt that way. The prince suddenly blurted out a response, his voice hurried and flustered. He stammered that the other day, in the garden, he had let her see him in such a wretched state. He insisted that she absolutely must not tell anyone about it. So that was it. He had gone out of his way to invite her here, simply to make her promise to keep it secret. Sophia understood. She calmly replied that if His Highness said that incident had never happened, then she would treat it as if it had never happened. He immediately panicked, telling her to wait and saying that he was not asking her to pretend it had never happened. It would be enough if she could simply keep it a secret. After all, he added, his voice softening, that was how they had met. He did not want to erase that memory. A genuine warmth spread through Sophia's chest. She looked at him, her red eyes softening, and told him that that night was also a very precious memory to her. She was glad to hear him say that. The blush on the prince's face deepened, but a small, shy smile finally broke through his serious facade. He lifted his teacup and said quietly that it would be a secret between them. The atmosphere finally eased, and the two began to talk. Sophia asked him whether he was interested in territorial management. Seeing that he seemed a little surprised, she eagerly said that she was very interested in it, and in other aspects of the kingdom as well. She explained that she hoped that if she could gain enough knowledge, then even someone as insignificant as herself might one day be of some help to the kingdom. These were not empty words. The memories of her previous life remained a bitter reminder, making her understand just how foolish and terrifying ignorance could be. The prince gazed at her for a long time. He said that noble young ladies usually cared more about dresses and idle chatter. He had already thought she was different, but he had not expected her to be rather strange as well. He confessed that the people around him only tried not to displease him, constantly watching his mood and agreeing with whatever he said. But he said, looking at her with a new intensity, was different. Sophia saw the flash of loneliness in his smile and understood that His Highness must have wanted someone to talk to about these things for a very long time. A sudden, boyish excitement lit up his face. He announced that he would personally serve as her teacher and tell her everything about the current state of their kingdom. Sophia's heart leaped. She clasped her hands together and told him that she was truly honored. He began to explain, saying that a large influx of people from a neighboring country was placing an increasingly heavy burden on the nobles of certain territories. Sophia immediately understood the implications and added that poor harvests must be worsening the problem even further. This is valuable information, Sophia thought, her mind racing quickly. The kingdom's situation was worse than it appeared on the surface. She thought of her previous life, of the plague that was expected to spread across the nation in a few years. A dark realization surfaced in her heart. Alice must have taken advantage of the kingdom's decline, manipulating those desperate and weakened people for her own benefit. What a demon. The prince continued, saying that if the situation went on, her father, the Duke, would become extremely busy. Yes, in her previous life, her father had still returned home every day at this time, but later, he began spending several days in a row away from the manor. It was also during that period that Alice's influence grew stronger and stronger. Her mother had been ensnared by Alice's poisonous fangs and became bedridden with illness. A thread of hope amid despair ignited in her heart. If her father could come home normally and stay by her mother's side, perhaps she could prevent her mother's death. But that thought was immediately shattered by a wave of hopelessness. She could not possibly solve the problems currently unfolding. She was too powerless. The prince seemed to notice her sudden dejection and worried that he had said too much. Sophia hurriedly snapped out of her thoughts and assured him that it was not that at all. On the contrary, she was truly grateful to hear such valuable insight. He leaned closer, and his nearness made her breath catch. Her heart began to pound wildly against her ribs, its rhythm frantic and rushed. His intense violet eyes met hers. His voice was like a gentle whisper as he told her to open her mouth. Her heart skipped a beat, and a wild flutter filled her chest. He lightly touched her chin, his gaze never leaving hers. He placed a small piece of dark chocolate on the tip of her tongue. He apologized, saying that he had spoken of things that might have made her uneasy, and asked her forgiveness. Flustered, Sophia could only stammer that she had merely been a little surprised. A charming, almost boyish smile lit up his face. He admitted that he did not know why, but he always found himself saying all sorts of things to her. Perhaps, he confessed, it was because he believed she would listen. As she chewed the sweet chocolate, his words echoed deep in her heart. She reached out with her gloved hand and gently took his. She looked up at him, her voice sincere and clear, and asked him to please continue speaking with her. She wanted to hear more about him, more about His Highness. A deep blush dyed his cheeks, and for a moment, they simply gazed at each other a new, unspoken understanding flowing between them. Unnoticed, a figure was watching them from behind a tree. Then it quietly left. The prince looked at the sky and noticed that it was getting late. He said that her carriage should be arriving soon and offered to escort her there. As the two walked side by side, a memory surfaced in Sophia's mind. She asked about the recent birthday celebration, reminding him that at the time he had been about to say something to her. Recalling that moment, she blushed a little as well, remembering that his sister Alice had interrupted them. A hint of playfulness appeared in his eyes. He leaned down close and whispered that it was a secret and that he would tell her the next time they met. Her heart soared. Next time. At first, she had not been certain how things would develop, but today's tea party had undoubtedly been a great success. She had once again moved ahead of Alice. The prince suddenly reached out and gently pinched her cheek, chiding her that it would not do if they only talked about heavy topics. Next time, he promised with a dazzling smile, he would prepare a game that they could both enjoy together. Sophia's mind was in a whirl. Her goal was to take away everything Alice wanted, dismantling her future piece by piece. Yet his promise made her look forward to their next meeting more than she had expected. A sincere and bright smile bloomed across her face. Just a little, she thought, perhaps it is all right to genuinely enjoy the time we spend together. Is that all right? She wondered as she walked beside him into the darkening light. After Sophia left, the prince stood alone in the palace corridor as dusk deepened around him. He called Ryan's name, and a black-haired man wearing glasses stepped out from the shadows. The prince turned to him and asked what he thought of Miss Owen. Ryan gave a knowing chuckle. He pointed out that His Highness had personally ordered everyone in the room to withdraw, then teased that he had probably been hiding somewhere watching them. He waved a hand, dismissing Sophia, and said she was no different from the other noble young ladies desperately trying to win the prince's favor. The prince's expression tightened. With that all, he explained that he was only confirming it because Ryan would report what had happened today to His Majesty the King. He did not want any careless words to harm her position. Ryan's smile sharpened. He asked whether Prince Leo had developed feelings for her. The prince immediately became defensive, denying it and saying that there was nothing strange about showing a little extra consideration to the daughter of the loyal Duke Owen. Ryan acknowledged this and agreed to report that the two had shared a friendly conversation as acquaintances. However, he added, his voice turning cold and serious, the prince's future spouse and everything else in his life were matters to be decided by the king, even if His Highness had preferences of his own. Ryan's eyes were like shards of ice as he told the prince not to forget that. The light faded from the prince's face. He said that he understood and asked Ryan to tell His Majesty that he was grateful to have been allowed to act selfishly this time. This time, Ryan gave a brief bow and disappeared back into the shadows. The prince let out a long sigh. Ryan, he thought, was as heavily guarded as ever. He sat down on a nearby couch, his thoughts turning back to Sophia. What a fascinating young lady. At first glance, she seemed merely to want to catch his interest, but there was something very unusual about her. It was as if he were speaking with someone much older than himself. He fiddled with the cuff of his glove, lost in thought. He remembered her words, so sincere and direct. She had asked him to speak with her and said she wanted to hear more about him. He had not completely let down his guard. Not yet, but those words, he hoped they had been sincere. A truly happy laugh slipped from his lips and echoed through the empty hall. A few days later, the Owen Manor was busy from early morning. The reason for the commotion was the imminent arrival of the Citron family. The head of the Citron Trading Company was an important supplier to the Duke's household and had recently been granted the title of Baron. Sophia's father had invited the new Baron and his family to lunch, but Sophia had plans of her own. She had been waiting to meet someone, her candidate for a new governess, the brilliant Baroness Citron. It was this lady who, with her keen insight and meticulous attention to detail, supported the Citron Trading Company's astonishing success. If Sophia could establish a connection with her now, she knew the Baroness would become a powerful ally in the future. She had another goal today as well. She walked toward the Baron's only daughter, Maya, the future head of the company and, in Sophia's previous life, Alice's personal money pouch. Sophia wanted to befriend her before Alice could. She stepped forward with a warm smile and introduced herself, but before Maya could even speak, a cheerful voice rang out. Alice threw her arms around Maya, hugging her tightly as she exclaimed that it had been so long since they had last seen each other. Sophia froze in place, the smile vanishing from her face in an instant. Alice went on enthusiastically about how much she had missed her. Maya looked somewhat uncomfortable and responded only with a formal greeting. A cold dread surged into Sophia's heart. Why? This was supposed to be their first meeting. Alice's arm remained possessively draped over Maya's shoulder. She gave Sophia a sickeningly sweet smile, then pointed to the girl beside her in a voice filled with false innocence. She introduced Maya as her best friend and told Sophia to be nice to her, all right? The luxurious reception room felt suffocating. Every gilded surface reflected the loneliness Sophia knew all too well. Her stepsister Alice stood in the center of the room like a radiant sun, drawing everyone toward her. She warmly gestured to the quiet black-haired girl, Maya, inviting her in. In the blink of an eye, Alice had wrapped an arm around Maya, her bright laughter echoing as she pulled her closer, leaving Sophia at the edge like an unwelcome shadow. Alice giggled, covering her mouth with her hand, and jokingly complained about someone named Maya. They were seated now, 3 girls drinking tea together, but it felt more like a private gathering for 2. Alice's voice flowed endlessly, constantly asking Maya what she liked. Then she proudly announced that she remembered Maya liked sweets. Pure delight bloomed across Maya's face as she marveled that Alice still remembered and said how happy she was. Sophia sat in silence, raising her teacup to her lips as if it were a fragile shield against the endless stream of words. I can't get a word in at all. A familiar, bitter frustration began to churn beneath her calm exterior, and her red eyes narrowed slightly over the rim of her cup. Among Alice's fawning followers, Maya Citron had always stood out. She was different. Although Alice, as a duke's daughter, could bring Maya's merchant family every business advantage it wanted, Maya had never seemed to be with her purely for profit. Unlike the other girls who competed to curry favor with Alice, Maya maintained a quiet and impartial fairness toward everyone. Sophia felt that fairness had extended to her as well. That was precisely why Sophia wanted to bring Maya over to her side this time. But her plan had already begun to veer off course. Just as Sophia was about to ask how Alice and Maya had met, Alice's voice cut through the air again like a cheerful, utterly oblivious blade. She asked Maya if she could come over to her house sometime, completely ignoring Sophia. Maya noticed that Sophia had seemed about to speak, and Alice merely giggled, apologizing for talking too much. I'm sorry. You're right. You are too loud. Could you be quiet? Better yet, shut your mouth forever. The thought whispered through Sophia's mind like a venomous snake. I truly wish she could never open her mouth again. She forced herself to wear a calm smile, the pleasant mask she had perfected over a lifetime of enduring Alice. Here was again. A bitter sense of déjà vu washed over her. In her previous life, she had always given way, pressed into silence by Alice's endless, self-centered chatter. Little by little, Sophia had spoken less and less, fading into the background. Now, in the same situation once more, all those miserable days came flooding back. She remembered a garden tea party where Maya had been showing the latest collection from her family's trading company. Maya told the gathered ladies they could choose anything they liked and assured them that every piece was beautiful. The other girls showered praise on the adorable and novel designs. Thank you, Miss Alice, Miss Maya. Maya. Each of the young ladies politely said that if there was anything they liked, they would be honored to help promote the new collection and would even be willing to purchase it. One girl worried that the items must be quite expensive, but Alice leaned in as if sharing a secret, then giggled and told them they were not expensive at all, that even she could afford them. Sophia sat alone reading, silently watching this social dance she could never join. One girl, wearing one of the new necklaces, came up to her and nervously asked what Sophia thought of it, wanting to know if it looked too flashy on her. Caught off guard, Sophia stammered that the necklace suited her very well. The girl smiled brightly and thanked her. But not long after, Sophia heard whispers. The girl was telling her friends what Sophia had said, twisting her words with malice. She sneered that Sophia must have meant cheap things suited her better, then called her a wicked person again. Once again, she had been misunderstood in the worst possible way. Is it because I'm bad at expressing myself? But before she could think any further, Alice captured everyone's attention again, showing off a new accessory. She declared that it was super cute and suggested they start a new trend saying she wanted to go out wearing these pieces with all of them. The girls, of course, were utterly enchanted, saying it would be their honor and telling Alice that it suited her beautifully. Sophia watched from afar, a lonely figure in the background of their adoration. Alice really is on another level. Sophia had thought then, an empty ache spreading through her chest. I suppose as long as she's here, the whole room gives off a sweet fragrance. She is completely different from me. Alice then turned to her, her voice carrying false, syrupy concern as she told her sister that she could return to her room first if she wanted. Her words were an expulsion, a gentle push toward isolation. She explained that no one meant any harm, but as long as Sophia was present, that implication hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The other girls all looked at her with cold, judgmental eyes. Sophia forced out a smile, thanked Alice for her concern, and said she would go rest for a little while. As Sophia walked away, she saw it. A malicious, triumphant smile flashed across Alice's face, while Maya stood quietly beside her. Not long after that tea party, Sophia had begun shutting herself away completely. Looking back, her previous life had been an utter mess. The memory was so vivid it nearly made her flinch, but Alice's voice pulled her back to the present. Alice was calling her sister, urging her to hurry over. Sophia asked what was wrong, and Alice announced that Maya had a gift for her. Sophia's eyes widened. A gift? Maya shyly handed her a small, elegant glass jar filled with what looked like dried pink flowers. She explained that they were rue flower sugar from the Cheshire Republic. Flower sugar? Maya nodded carefully, picked up a crystallized flower with tongs, and placed it in Sophia's teacup. She explained that when placed in hot water, it looked like a flower blooming, and she hoped Sophia would enjoy both the flavor and the sight. As the sugar dissolved, the flower began to unfurl its petals, slowly opening in the warm liquid. It was beautiful, but when the final petals spread open, a dark shape appeared at the center. Sophia's breath caught. A bug. A dead bug. Fear coiled in her stomach. Would Maya do something so blatantly cruel? It made no sense. Maya herself seemed frozen, her expression unreadable. Even so, Sophia's gaze moved back and forth between the cup and Maya's pale face. Something was very wrong. The petals of the sugar flower opened in the warm tea, becoming a delicate and beautiful blossom. But hidden in the flower's center was the grotesque shape of a dead insect. Maya stared at it, her face a mask of pure terror. She cried out that there was a bug inside, her voice trembling. She lunged forward, desperately trying to take the cup away as she stammered an apology. But before she could touch it, a hand shot out and clamped around her wrist like an iron vice. It was Alice. Alice's face was hidden, but her voice hissed like a viper, low and full of threat. She told Maya not to get in the way and reminded her of that promise. The promise to stand on her side. Maya went cold all over. The bug was Miss Alice's doing. She was trapped. Maya remembered the day it had all begun. The Citron family was an old and well-established merchant house, and their success had been built on her current family head's father and her mother's skillful support. Recently, they had even been granted a noble title. Her father had once sat her down and explained that while their reputation as merchants was solid, their influence as nobles was still weak. Just as he had gained Duke Owen's support, he hoped she would find someone who could become a pillar for her. She understood completely. For the sake of the parents she loved and for their business, she wanted to help the Citron Trading Company grow even stronger. The opportunity came sooner than expected. One day, while she was working in the family shop, the door opened and a beautiful blonde girl peeked inside. She was a girl Maya had never seen before. Behind her stood Duke Owen himself. He greeted Maya pleasantly and said, "Good afternoon." Maya gasped, recognizing the Duke. Her father hurried forward to welcome him, deeply honored by the unannounced visit. The Duke explained that he was not the one who needed something. The little girl, Alice, stepped forward. She took Maya's hand, her eyes sparkling, and introduced herself. She said she wanted a necklace and asked Maya to help her choose one. Alice was captivated by the jewelry, marveling at how beautiful every piece was. Maya could hardly believe she was meeting the daughter of the Owen family. While their fathers talked, she wondered whether she could handle this lively young noble lady on her own. Alice held up a necklace, announced that her papa would buy it for her, then spun around and asked whether she looked like a princess. Maya agreed that it suited her. Alice then asked whether that meant she could marry a prince. Maya froze. Marrying into the royal family was difficult to begin with, especially for someone who had likely been born a commoner, even if she was now a young noble lady. But before Maya could voice her doubts, Alice's face fell. She asked whether her sister could do it instead, then explained that her sister was at the palace right then, invited by Prince Leo himself to a private tea party. Alice's voice was full of admiration as she said her sister was amazing, but that a commoner like her probably could not do such a thing. Maya gently touched her shoulder and asked why she was so fixated on it. Alice looked up, surprised that Maya had not laughed at her. Then she confessed, a radiant, innocent smile blooming across her face, and said she liked the prince. What Maya saw was not a young noble lady, but a pure girl her own age, burdened with a noble title, yet still only a girl inside. Wanting to help, Maya explained that Prince Leo's fiancée would be chosen by His Majesty the King, and that the king valued ability over bloodline. If the king believed someone would be useful to the kingdom, then perhaps there would be a chance. Alice's face lit up with hope, thrilled by the thought that the prince might take an interest in her. Maya clarified that it was essentially something like that, but Alice's expression suddenly changed. In her eyes, now a piercing magenta, there was a chilling intensity as she said only one thing. I understand. The change was so sudden and unsettling that Maya's body drew back. What was that? That expression just now was truly frightening. Maya tried to convince herself it had only been her imagination. But then Alice called her name, her voice sweet enough to deceive. She reached out, pinned a beautiful amethyst brooch into Maya's hair, and said it really suited her. Maya stammered that it was the matching accessory to the necklace Alice was wearing and had originally been meant for her. But Alice only smiled brightly and declared that it was a gift of friendship. She told Maya to promise that she would always wear it as proof of their new bond. Maya felt as if she had been backed into a corner. It was their merchandise, and she should not accept it, but she could not refuse the Duke's daughter either. She forced a smile, thanked Alice, and promised she would treasure it. Alice cheered that they were completely friends now, and then the hook dropped. Alice asked whether, if she needed help someday, Maya would promise to stand by her side. Maya was trapped. She could only agree. Just then, the Duke called out that they were leaving and urged Alice to hurry and choose what she wanted. As Alice ran off, she looked back with a wide and unsettling smile, reminding Maya that it was a promise. She had called a promise that day, and now that promise had become a chain around Maya's neck. No matter what, she could not let Miss Sophia drink this tea. But as she stood frozen in place, Alice's voice whispered like poison in her ear, reminding her what would happen if she tried to stop it. Alice's eyes gleamed with terrible delight as she threatened her. Maya's own face turned pale with fear. If she interfered, people would blame the flour sugar. The reputation of her entire family's business would be destroyed. She looked at Sophia, her heart pounding wildly with fear and hesitation. Sophia met her gaze, and a knowing sneer slowly appeared on her face. You really are rotten to the core. With a swift and deliberate motion, she tilted the teacup. A flash of crimson passed through her eyes. The tea splashed onto Alice's face. Alice let out a piercing scream, crying that it was hot, that it had burned her. Her face twisted with anger as she shrieked at Sophia, asking what was wrong with her. Sophia stood before her, gracefully holding the empty saucer, her expression one of cold, noble fury. Then her expression softened into a tearful mask of remorse. She apologized to Alice again and again. In a hurried, breathless voice, she explained that a bug had fallen into the tea, and in her panic she had accidentally spilled it, then laughed nervously and said she was terribly clumsy. Yet her eyes carried a dangerous, predatory gleam. Alice trembled with rage, stammering that she had not done anything and that Sophia was being awful. She ran out of the room, leaving Maya and Sophia sitting alone by the table. Sophia's eyes conveyed a silent message. Maya, this is your chance. The commotion drew the entire family rushing into the room. The Duke demanded to know what had happened, looking from Sophia to Alice as he asked what was going on. He repeated what Alice had told him, saying that Sophia had poured tea on her. He asked how it had happened. Alice clung tightly to Sophia, her face buried in her sister's skirt. Sophia feigned dizzy anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks, and explained the entire matter. Sobbing, She said a bug had fallen into the tea, and she had been so startled that she accidentally dropped the cup, splashing Alice. She admitted that Alice had already accepted her apology, so she had thought everything was fine, but she had relied too much on Alice's kindness. The Duke listened, his expression softening. He patted her head and said it was an accident and could not be helped. He noted that Alice did not appear to have been burned. Sophia added that the tea had been poured some time ago. The Duke praised her for handling it maturely, but Alice screamed that it was not true. She pointed a trembling finger at her sister, her voice cracking with anger. "Sister, you're lying." She accused Sophia of trying to force her to drink tea with a bug in it. The adults were stunned by the outburst. Alice insisted that she was not lying and that her sister had made all of this up to bully her. Maya watched while clutching the jar of flour sugar, and Alice continued her tantrum, declaring that there really was a bug in the tea. To prove it, she snatched the jar from Maya's hands, her eyes filled with frantic excitement. She poured its contents into a new cup filled with hot water and told everyone to look carefully. The flour bloomed, clean and perfect. The Duke looked at his daughter, his voice tense. "Alice." He asked her where the bug was. Alice stared at the cup, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was empty. There was nothing inside. Sophia covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking softly with silent, victorious laughter. "Caught you, Alice. You call me a liar? I will return that word to you now." Alice stammered that it was impossible, that it was not a lie. In a panic, she insisted there had to be another flower with a bug inside and bent down to inspect each one. Her father grabbed her arm and told her that was enough, but she struggled and cried out that she was serious, that there really had been a bug. Sophia watched the chaos unfold, her face a perfect blend of worry and pity. She gently approached Alice and placed a hand on her shoulder. She told her that she truly was sorry for spilling tea on her, but then her voice lowered with disappointment as she asked whether destroying the flour sugar Miss Maya had given them was not rather childish. She looked down at her shocked stepsister, victory gleaming in her red eyes. Alice's face fell, and all the fight drained out of her. The Duke sighed and concluded that everything had indeed only been Alice's misunderstanding. He repeatedly apologized to the Citron family for the commotion his daughters had caused. Then he ordered someone to take Alice away to change clothes. As the maid led the trembling, defeated girl away, Alice kept murmuring that it was not true, that it was a lie, that she had done nothing wrong. That night, beneath the soft glow of moonlight, Sophia stretched out on her bed, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips. "Not bad for today," she said to herself. By turning Alice's little trick back against her, she had succeeded in pulling Miss Maya away from her side. Remembering Alice's furious yet powerless face as she was taken away was deeply satisfying. But once the excitement faded, a wave of unease settled in Sophia's heart. Throwing tea like that on impulse had been far too risky. She might have just given Alice the perfect excuse for revenge. She knew she had gone too far, and she knew she had been completely unable to stop herself. The moment she saw the terror on Miss Maya's face, it was as if she were seeing her past self. That humiliation, that pain, was something she alone had endured, and that was enough. She would never allow it to happen to anyone else. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The butler came in and reported that the royal family had sent something for her. He presented a beautiful, exquisite white box from the palace. Her heart gave a violent leap, and she nervously asked him to open it for her. The magnificent hall shimmered faintly in the morning light, dust dancing in the sunlight pouring through the towering arched windows. The maids, wearing crisply ironed aprons, greeted Sophia cheerfully as she came down the stairs. She wore an exquisite blue gown adorned with intricate white embroidery, like a painting come to life. They all lowered their heads and wished Miss Sophia good morning. One maid could not help noticing the delicate rose pinned in Sophia's silver hair and praised how lovely the ornament was. A faint blush rose to Sophia's cheeks. She thanked her shyly, then admitted with a touch of feigned bashfulness that it had been a gift from Prince Leo the night before. The maids gasped in delighted surprise, their eyes widening with excitement, marveling that His Highness the Prince had given it to her himself, and that it suited her so well. A soft, pleased smile appeared on Sophia's lips as she explained her plans for the day. She was going to the Citron Trading Company, thinking of asking Miss Maya to help her choose a dress to match this beautiful ornament. The maids giggled and teased her, saying Prince Leo would surely be delighted when he saw it. Sophia smiled, waved a hand as if it were nothing, and playfully told them not to tease her anymore. Yet behind her radiant smile, her mind was filled with cold calculation. The truth was far from the romantic story she had just woven. The hair ornament was not a lover's token, but hush money, a bribe to ensure her silence. But strictly speaking, she had not lied, and she was absolutely certain that these girls' love of gossip would embellish the story and spread it through the entire social circle like wildfire. By then, she thought with a trace of dark satisfaction, something interesting was bound to happen. On a hidden balcony high above, Alice watched the scene unfold, her pretty face twisted into a mask of pure, undisguised resentment. Later, inside the elegant Citron boutique, Sophia admired herself in the mirror, dressed in a deep sapphire blue gown. It truly was beautiful. The clerks hovered attentively around her, and one attendant suggested she try on a matching necklace, saying it would look like a perfect set with her hair ornament. Sophia laughed inwardly. The employees here truly knew how to flatter people. She gracefully accepted their compliments and said she felt honored. Maya, as one of the employees, offered to prepare some tea so the tired young lady could rest. Sophia's expression changed instantly. She raised her hand and told Miss Maya in a firm voice to wait. The air grew tense. To Maya's utter shock, Miss Sophia suddenly bent at the waist and gave her a deep, formal bow. Her voice carried remorse as she apologized for dragging Maya into the vicious conflict between herself and her sister. Maya was completely flustered and hurriedly said there was no need to apologize. In fact, she insisted that Miss Sophia had been helping her. But Sophia's thoughts were pulled back to her previous life, back to the moment when she had once been cruel and cold. She remembered Maya crying out in despair that Sophia understood nothing, her voice full of the sting of injustice. That memory was sharp and painful. Sophia had been a monster. Just because a bug had been found in the sugar, she had threatened to contact Maya's parents and ruin the Citron Trading Company's reputation. At the time, Maya had been trembling, her face as pale as paper, completely at Sophia's mercy, consumed by fear of what would happen once the news spread. And now, Sophia's calm, clear voice cut through the shadow of that memory. She told Miss Maya that they should dispose of that jar of flour sugar immediately. She leaned closer and whispered the plan. If they quickly threw it out the window, no one would ever find out. Maya hesitated, her dark eyes full of uncertainty. Sophia's gaze was intense, her voice almost pleading. She begged Maya to please trust her. Her words burned with a sincerity that could not be doubted. She wanted to help her. Something in that bare, genuine expression pierced through Maya's fear. Maya nodded decisively and poured the contents of the jar out through the open window. A scatter of delicate pink petals drifted away on the wind, giving birth to a fleeting moment of beauty amid the ugly situation. Gratitude surged in Maya's heart. If Miss Sophia had not reacted so quickly, she could hardly imagine what would have happened to her family's company. Then Sophia revealed all of her suspicions. She explained that she had suspected Alice had put bugs in the rest of the sugar as well, which was why she had thrown all of it away. To Maya's surprise, Sophia added that she had even prepared extra sugar in advance, because she had originally intended to share some with the other employees too. As a result, everything had gone better than perfectly. Maya could only look at her with admiration and murmur that the truly well-prepared person was Sophia, who never overlooked anything. Maya's mind flashed back to what had just happened, to how Sophia had calmly guided her wicked sister's gaze toward the contaminated jar. A chill ran down her spine. Miss Sophia was not to be underestimated. Maya remembered Sophia's request, remembered the urgency in her voice when she begged Maya to trust her, remembered her saying that she wanted to help her. In that moment, Maya understood. Miss Sophia's eyes had not deceived her. They were filled with a sincere desire to protect her. Her father's words echoed in her memory. He had once advised her to seek a master worthy of her service. And now, she had found one. That person was Miss Sophia. Suddenly, Maya dropped to her knees, lowered her head, and with a voice trembling from resolve, asked Miss Sophia to grant her the honor of serving at her side for the rest of her life. Sophia was so shocked that she could not speak, and a deep blush crept up her neck. Her thoughts were in chaos. In her previous life, she had been utterly alone, isolated by Alice's manipulation. Without her sister's permission, she had not even been allowed to speak to anyone. The simple idea of having a friend her own age had once been an unreachable, impossible dream to her. Sophia found her voice and gently told Miss Maya that she did not need to be so formal. A bright, sincere smile bloomed across her face, reaching her eyes and making them sparkle. She told the kneeling girl that she hoped they could become friends. Maya raised her head, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief, and asked whether Sophia truly wished to be friends with someone like her. Sophia's smile softened. She confessed that she had always thought that would be wonderful. She took Maya's hands, called her by name, and with a shy blush returning to her cheeks, admitted that she had wanted this ever since her previous life. For an instant, an image flashed through her mind of her past self watching Maya from a lonely distance. Tears welled in Maya's eyes. She thought that this far exceeded anything she had ever dared to hope for. With their hands clasped together, they stood up, and a new friendship bloomed like the flowers surrounding them in that moment. In the days that followed, a fragile peace descended over Sophia's life. She walked through the sunlit corridors of the manor, thinking back on how drastically everything had changed. She and Maya had become extremely close, and Maya's mother had even become her private tutor. Then there were Prince Leo's letters. His words were like medicine that soothed the soul. He asked her to keep the agreement between them a secret, but also added a sentence that made her heart race. He wrote that he hoped to see her again soon. A true, unburdened happiness blossomed in her chest. The painful days of the past finally seemed like a lie, a nightmare from which she had finally awakened. But when she turned the corner of the corridor, the illusion of peace shattered. Alice stood at the end of the hall, her presence like a chill in the warm sunlight. Her eyes were cold and hard, her posture stiff with resentment. Sophia's own expression darkened as well. She had thought the last incident might have taught Alice a lesson, but she knew even better that she could not let down her guard. In this life, she had sworn that everything would be different. She would not let Alice control her, and she would not let her destroy everything she cherished. Her mother would not die. Her father would not suffer. This peace, this happiness had to continue. With renewed determination, she called out to her sister. Alice turned her face, and her expression instantly changed into a sickly sweet mask. She cooed that the hair ornament from the prince was truly beautiful, her voice dripping with false envy. But behind those smiling eyes, a malicious thought took shape. In her heart, she silently warned Sophia not to think everything would always go her way. In the next instant, the world shattered. Alice let out a strangled cry and lunged forward. She did not lunge at Sophia, but toward the grand staircase. Sophia screamed her name, but it was already too late. Alice tumbled down the stairs, her body becoming a blur of pink lace and golden hair. Her scream echoed through the hall, a perfectly pitched cry of feigned terror, shouting for Sophia to stop. It was a terrible and brilliant performance. The scene descended into chaos. Alice lay in bed, her arm wrapped in bandages, groaning in pain as the servants tended to her. The doctor solemnly told her grief-stricken parents that her right shoulder and right arm were broken. The injuries were serious, he explained. It appeared she must have been pushed with great force. Alice's face was pale, making her look unbearably fragile, and she weakly apologized for making them worry. Her father rushed to her bedside, his face filled with anger, and demanded to know who had done it. Alice hesitated, her eyelashes trembling, as if she were too weak to speak. Her mother wept and begged her, asking if she was trying to protect someone. In the corner of the room, a maid named Carla stepped forward, trembling from head to toe. In a shaking voice, she declared that she had seen it. She claimed that she had seen Miss Alice pushed down by Miss Sophia with her own eyes. As their parents reeled in shock, a small, triumphant smile appeared on Alice's lips. Alone in a silent, luxurious room, Sophia felt the walls closing in on her. The memory of the fall replayed again and again in her mind. She had seen it with absolute clarity, and it was terrifyingly chilling. At the moment Alice began to fall, she had been smiling, wearing an exaggerated, mad, victorious grin. The cold truth sank like a stone into Sophia's stomach. This was a trap. Alice had thrown herself down the stairs. How could she have been so foolish? How could she have let down her guard and underestimated the depths of her sister's depravity? She took a trembling breath, trying to suppress the emotions surging in her chest. It was all right. She was no longer the person she had been back then. She was stronger now. As long as she could calmly and properly explain everything, her father and mother would surely believe her. The heavy oak door was pushed open, and her father walked in with a grim expression. Sophia's heart slammed violently against her ribs as she asked about Alice's condition. He told her flatly that Alice had suffered fractures. There might also be complications later, he added, without a trace of warmth in his voice. They would have to watch her closely. Sophia could only give a quiet response. A part of her thought that even if Alice had planned all of this, at least she had not escaped the consequences completely unharmed. Then Sophia noticed that the item clutched in her father's hand was the very hair ornament Alice had stolen. He held it out and said that Alice's apologies were always empty, but at least the ornament had not been damaged. A glimmer of hope ignited in Sophia's chest. She smiled in relief, but her father's face remained as hard and cold as stone. He told her that there was something he had to ask her. His voice lowered, becoming heavy and full of accusation. He told her that the doctor said Alice had most likely been pushed. Worse still, someone claimed to have witnessed it with their own eyes. The one who had testified was the maid Carla. The name struck Sophia like a physical blow. Carla? She thought in confusion. She was lying. There had been no one else there at the time. This was another of Alice's traps. But surely her father would not believe a maid's words over hers. She struggled to maintain her composure. Her father's voice, sharp as a whip, cut off her thoughts. He looked directly into her eyes, and the question he asked crushed every last bit of hope. He asked whether she had pushed Alice down the stairs. The accusation hung between them, suffocating and terrifying. His voice rose, taking on a desperate, pleading tone as he begged her to simply say it. He promised that he would not be angry, making excuses for her, saying she must have lost her temper for a moment because of the hair ornament. Just say it, he urged, and everything would be all right. But his words were drowned out by the roaring in her ears, by the ghosts of her previous life. Those cold stares, the endless blame, and the heavy pressure of their distrust. It wasn't me, she whispered, her voice broken. She insisted, her words spilling out in panic, saying Alice had fallen on her own. Her father's face twisted, and his gaze turned cold and distant. It was the same look, exactly the same look he had given her back then. The past slammed into her like a tsunami. A sea of condemning gazes, whispering that she had caused her mother's death, that everything was her fault. All the blame she had endured, all the doubt, all the hatred condensed into her father's soul-crushing stare. She staggered backward, clasped her hands in a desperate prayer, and stammered that it was not her, begging him to believe her. She could never have pushed Alice down the stairs. But he cut her off with a sharp command, telling her that was enough. He turned his back on her, as if he could not bear to look at her even once, and then pronounced her punishment. She would be confined to her room and forbidden to leave. Without another word, he walked out, and the door closed behind him with a sound like the complete end of everything. Trembling, she reached toward the closed door, but her plea caught in her throat. She collapsed to the floor, her body shaking with sobs. Why? She cried out to the empty room. Why did you believe Alice? Why could he not believe his own daughter? Despair drowned her like a dark, suffocating tide. It was useless. The future could not be changed. Alice had won again. The pain was unbearable, but the loneliness was the deeper wound. In this cold, vast world, she did not have a single ally. She curled into a small, broken figure on the floor, utterly and completely alone. Her father's words kept replaying in her mind. The testimony of the maid Carla. Carla, yes, she was that maid. That night, on the other side of the mansion, Alice did not look injured at all. She hummed a cheerful tune and danced barefoot across the moonlit floor of her bedroom. Her supposedly broken arm moved with perfect grace. A wicked laugh of triumph bubbled up from her chest. They had believed her so easily. Everyone was a fool. She imagined her poor sister locked away, crying until her eyes were red and swollen. That was what she deserved. Sophia should have been obedient from the beginning. Nothing good ever came from standing in Alice's way. After all, she thought as she spun in the darkness, the one destined to marry the prince and be cherished by everyone was darling little Alice. It could never be anyone else. Her thoughts drifted back to her childhood, to her life before she came to the Duke's manor. She had been a commoner, but she had lived happily and been loved by everyone. She had always been the cutest and the most lovable. She liked the attention, liked people telling her she was special. One night, her mother told her a secret, a truth that changed everything. Her mother revealed that Alice had noble blood. Her father was the Duke's late younger brother. Her mother had once been a maid and had been driven out after becoming pregnant. Her mother made her promise that if anything ever happened to her, Alice would go to the Duke's family for help. "Do not worry," her mother had said while holding her tightly. "I will never leave you." But a dark seed had already been planted in young Alice's heart. "I am a true, noble lady." If that is the case, the memories that followed were stained red with smoke and fire. Her mother lay by the stove, hands and feet bound, mouth gagged, while Alice, still a child, held a burning torch in her hand with a demonic smile on her face. She thought she would be much happier without her mother. "Goodbye, mother," she had whispered, then watched as her former life burned to ashes in the flames. Back in the present, she admired herself in the mirror. Crying in front of the Duke's family home had worked perfectly. They had taken her in without hesitation. "See," she said to her reflection, "Alice really is special. She is the chosen one. But Sophia is only an imposter. Only Alice can become the princess consort." Her face twisted with rage into a hideous expression. A timid knock sounded at the door. It was Carla. Alice's expression melted into pure delight. She greeted the maid warmly and thanked her for her testimony. Inwardly, however, she sneered. She had not even expected Carla to be there. Her original plan had been to rely on the doctor who was infatuated with her to provide a false diagnosis. But thanks to this foolish maid, everyone had believed her lie. Carla began to stammer, trying to take back her words, saying that she had been confused at the time and had only seen Alice after she had already fallen. Alice's smile vanished, and her eyes turned cold as shards of ice. "So?" she hissed. Pure terror seized the maid. Alice's expression softened into a look of pity. She soothed the trembling girl, telling her she had merely gotten confused. She said Carla had done the right thing by helping poor, beautiful Alice. As a reward, she took out a glittering ruby brooch. Carla's fear was instantly replaced by greed. Alice promised that as long as Carla continued to help her, there would be more pretty things. The maid eagerly agreed. Alice could barely hold back her laughter. This girl was like a dog wagging its tail for cheap trinkets. She was a princess in the end, and this world had room for only one person. Her detestable sister, she thought with one last chilling smile, had to disappear from her life forever. A few days later, Alice walked down the corridor, her arms still hanging in a sling, pretending to be so weak she was about to faint. A few days later, Alice walked down the corridor, her arms still hanging in a sling, pretending to be so weak she was about to faint. She was already growing tired of this act, but her father had summoned her. Her heart pounded with excited anticipation. This had to be it. Sophia was going to be punished. Perhaps they would send Sophia to a convent. She could hardly wait. When she arrived before her father's study, she announced her presence, then walked inside. She looked every bit like a wronged victim, but the scene that greeted her chilled her to the bone. Her parents stood there, their faces pale, and between them stood Carla. Carla's finger was pointed straight at Alice, her voice filled with accusation. She was confessing everything. She told them that Miss Alice had personally planned the entire incident. The air in the hall froze, heavy with the feeling of judgment, and everyone's eyes fell on the young maid Carla. And Alice, the very embodiment of an injured innocent, wore a bright, radiant smile. In her mind, cold calculations were already taking place. She thought that this girl, this traitor, must be terrified. She decided to smooth things over for now, play the magnanimous victim, and then punish her later for this disobedience. In a voice so sweet it was false, she turned to the trembling maid and asked whether Carla had seen it, whether she had truly seen with her own eyes Alice being pushed down the stairs by her sister. She continued pressing her, her pink eyes wide and innocent, asking whether that was why Carla had testified to father and the others. The trap had been laid, but Carla, her face flushed red, fear and defiance mingling together, shattered the illusion. She cried out that she had not seen anything. Her voice trembled as she confessed that she had only testified that way because Miss Alice had ordered her to. A flicker of shock crossed Alice's face, and a dark aura began to coil around her pretty mask. Her smile wavered. What was this girl saying? Carla's voice rose with anger as she shouted that it had been too awful, that Alice had clearly been seriously injured, yet still questioned Sophia about why she would bully her sister like that, and lied to everyone. Just then, a sharp and dignified voice came from the doorway, asking who exactly was lying. It was the Duchess, Sophia's mother. Her expression was as cold as frost. Sophia stood behind her, and Alice, on the floor, looked up, her performance having completely collapsed. The Duchess walked into the room, her gaze fixed firmly on Alice. She revealed that Carla had come to her room just now to apologize. Alice's expression twisted into a grimace of fury, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her mother continued, each word like a heavy hammer striking Alice's fabricated story. Carla had apologized for telling such a terrible lie, the lie that Sophia had pushed Alice down the stairs. The Duchess then added the final fatal detail. Carla said she could no longer bear the weight of her guilt. The words guilt and apology echoed in Alice's mind like funeral bells. Impossible. None of this could be happening. Alice struggled to her feet, her composure tore to shreds. She thrust a finger towards Sophia and demanded to know what she had done to Carla. But it was already too late. Standing beside Sophia, Carla began exposing every one of Alice's schemes, her voice growing stronger with every word. She declared that Miss Alice had always regarded Miss Sophia as an enemy. Her confession poured out. Carla admitted that Alice had also forced her to spread vicious rumors about Miss Sophia's supposed faults. A wave of pure panic crashed over Alice. This girl had to shut up at once. An instinctive scream tore from her throat as she denied everything and ordered Carla to be quiet. In uncontrollable rage, she lunged forward, raising her bandaged arm high to strike the maid. The crisp, sickening sound of her hand hitting Carla's cheek echoed through the stunned silence. The Duke's confused voice broke the spell. He called Alice's name, his brow tightly furrowed, reminding her that he had thought her arm was so badly injured she could not move it at all. Alice froze, the blood draining from her face as the terrible weight of her disastrous mistake pressed down on her. She had not been thinking at all. Just then, the main door was shoved open, and a guard reported that they had caught a man trying to flee. The doctor, the man who had examined Alice, was dragged into the room, his face white with fear. He stammered Alice's name, begging that these people had seized him from nowhere and pleading with her to forgive him. Alice's expression twisted into a mask of pure, undisguised terror. A small, victorious smile appeared on Sophia's lips. With chilling calm, she explained that the attending physician had been too busy, so this substitute had been sent in his place. In a sarcastic tone, as if speaking to herself, she asked whether this could possibly be mere coincidence. Then she looked straight at her sister and sweetly asked whether they should have the attending physician examine her once more. Alice could only glare at her. After the storm, Alice was trapped, filled with resentment. The highly respected attending physician delivered his diagnosis in a grim, final tone. He reported to the family that Miss Alice's injuries were no more than minor scratches and bruises, and that she seemed to have fully recovered. The Duke looked down at his daughter, his face like a stone statue of disappointment. He said coldly that it seemed the one who had been lying all along was Alice. He pinned her with his gaze, uttering her name in a low and dangerous voice. The Duchess drew Sophia, who had finally been clear of wrongdoing, closer to her and demanded to know why Alice had done something so cruel, humiliating both her own sister and that maid. The Duke's voice thundered through the hall, demanding that she say something, shouting her name again. The world in Alice's mind turned into a clamor of angry voices. Too noisy, too suffocating. A blazing, volcanic emotion erupted inside her. She did not understand. Why was everyone blaming her? In her twisted heart, the truth was simple. The bad person was her sister. She had only wanted them to stop bothering her. The Duke pressed a hand to his temple and sighed wearily. He concluded that they had spoiled her far too much, had treated her for far too long as. His voice became firm and resolute. He announced that they needed to thoroughly reconsider her education. Then the sentence fell with cold, merciless weight. They would send her to a convent. The Duke's face was rigid as stone, all fatherly affection gone. The word convent exploded in Alice's mind. Her eyes flew wide with shock and fear. Alice was going to be sent there? The idea was so dreadful, so impossible, that for an instant she could not even breathe. As the maid stepped forward to restrain her, she stammered, asking what on earth father was saying. Her panic quickly turned into the fury of a mad struggle. She screamed that he had to be joking, that convents were places for old maids and crippled girls, places for failures in life, and that there was no way she would go. Her defiance collapsed into desperate pleading. She apologized and admitted that she had only wanted attention, but had gone too far. But her father remained unmoved, his heart hardened against her. He told her that when she turned 16, he would come to fetch her. Until then, she had to reflect properly and correct her behavior. The maids began dragging her struggling body out of the room. One last blaze of defiant rage seized her. She screamed that this was absurd, that she was the princess loved by everyone, that all of this was wrong. She shrieked at them to let go of her. As she was dragged through the doorway, she twisted her head around, her eyes meeting Sophia's, burning with pure, undisguised hatred. She screamed that she would never, ever forgive her. The heavy door slammed shut, and the hall was plunged into a deafening silence. Sophia stood there alone as the reality of this moment washed over her. Alice was going to be sent away. Alice would finally be gone. A smile of genuine relief bloomed across her face. She pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her frantically beating heart finally begin to calm. A deep peace settled over her. For a full 8 years, she would have freedom. That girl, that destructive presence, would no longer be able to tear their family apart. But her relief did not last long. Her father's voice was gentle, yet heavy. He called her name. She turned around, expecting comfort, only to meet a gaze that still carried disappointment. He asked, his voice tinged with reproach, why she simply could not get along with Alice. Sophia was speechless and let out a bewildered, "Huh." Her father continued to gently scold her. He reminded her that Alice had a complicated background, implying that Sophia, as the more sensible one, could have been a little kinder. Those words struck like a slap, the cold shock making the room seem to spin. They still did not understand. In frustration, she could only murmur, yes, she was sorry. She felt the weight of their gazes, and it was not trust, but doubt. In that instant, a devastating realization crashed down on her. Even though she had won, she had lost. She had lost their trust. Suddenly, a maid rushed into the room, her face pale with panic, exclaiming that something terrible had happened. The Duke demanded to know the cause of the commotion. A handsome young man with sharp purple eyes and dark hair strode past the maid, silencing her with a simple gesture. He apologized politely but firmly for the disturbance, then addressed the Duke directly, saying that he had heard Miss Sophia had been confined to her room for several days. Before anyone could react, he closed the distance between them in 2 long strides and took Sophia by the arm. He pulled her protectively to his side, his piercing gaze sweeping over her family. He announced that he wanted to hear the full account, his tone allowing no argument. After the Duke finished explaining the whole sordid affair, he stood before the young prince and concluded that this was the general outline of events. Then the Duke lowered his head slightly and sincerely apologized for troubling His Highness with what he lightly called a small quarrel between sisters. The prince acknowledged that the matter had been resolved, but his voice sharpened. He said coldly that it appeared the Duke had apologized to the wrong person. He kept Sophia firmly protected at his side, his posture radiating fierce protectiveness. His next words were as sharp as knives, striking directly at the heart of the matter. He pointed out that Miss Sophia had clearly been innocent, yet she was the one who had been confined. The Duke and Duchess inhaled sharply, their faces turning pale. The prince pressed his advantage, asking whether they could even slightly imagine how deep a wound such betrayal would leave in her heart. As Sophia listened, a feeling of validation welled up inside her. He was completely right. The truth in the prince's words finally woke her father up. He turned to Sophia, his eyes filled with deep and painful regret. He admitted that he had been wrong and should never have disregarded her feelings so completely. He pulled her tightly into his arms, his voice heavy with emotion as he murmured that he was truly sorry for all all the pain he had caused her. When her mother joined the embrace as well, Sophia felt a warmth she had not felt in years. A thought brought tears to her eyes. In the end, they believed me. That alone was enough. She whispered her thanks and buried her face in her father's shoulder. The prince cleared his throat softly. He said he suddenly felt the need for some fresh air. He turned his gaze to Sophia, his eyes carrying a silent invitation, and asked whether she would be willing to show him the garden. As they strolled along the perfectly trimmed paths, he told her that it was time they talked. They found a secluded bench surrounded by blooming roses. He leaned closer, close enough to make her heart race, and asked whether she was trying to avoid his question. He told her that he did not believe for a single second that everything had been resolved by mere coincidence. He pressed her about her secret, asking how exactly she had made it through such a crisis. He insisted that she tell him everything. Sophia drew in a breath and began explaining her plan. Everything depended on what she knew about Carla's fatal weakness, her greed. She knew the maid had long coveted her and her mother's jewels, so Sophia had set a trap. She pretended to be utterly heartbroken by her confinement, refusing to leave her bed and creating the perfect opportunity. In her memory, the manor was bathed in moonlight, and Carla tiptoed through the silent corridor. Carla's thoughts revealed her malicious intent. The maids were all whispering that Miss Sophia had been devastated by her punishment and did not react even to the faintest sound. A greedy smile spread across her face as she slipped into the dim room and saw the jewel box. When she lifted the lid, her eyes widened. So many beautiful, glittering gemstones. She thought that if only a few went missing, surely no one would notice. A twisted sense of entitlement filled her. She sneered inwardly, thinking that such a quiet, introverted child had no use for such expensive jewels. She decided that she was the one who deserved to possess them. Just as she grabbed a handful of precious gems, a soft voice came from the darkness. Sophia sat up in bed, a ghost-like figure beneath the moonlight, and asked in a deceptively calm voice where Carla thought she was going. Then her tone sank, becoming cold and sharp as ice, and she added how dare she steal her precious jewels. A terrifying, almost demonic smile spread across Sophia's face, her red eyes gleaming with triumphant malice in the darkness. A choked cry squeezed from Carla's throat, and the jewels in her hands dropped to the floor, clinking and scattering like fallen stars. She babbled in panic, saying she had not stolen anything, her denial weak and terrified. When she looked at the sparkling evidence of her crime at her feet, she let out a blood-curdling scream. From the bed, Sophia gave a soft scoff. She told Carla that she was truly terrible at lying. The dreadful truth dawned on Carla. In a trembling voice, she whispered that Sophia had framed her for her crime. Sophia stepped lightly down from the bed and leaned close, her gaze pinning the frightened maid to the floor. Carla stammered that she knew nothing. Sophia cut her off, her voice cracking like a whip as she accused her of acting under Alice's orders. The tall windows reflected the moonlight as Sophia stood before them and delivered her ultimatum. She told Carla that she had to choose between Sophia, the lawful heir of the ducal family, and Alice, who was merely an adopted daughter. Her shadow loomed over the curled-up, trembling maid as she asked whether Carla understood. Returning to the present, Sophia concluded that was basically what had happened. Sophia looked at the prince, her cold scheme now laid entirely bare, and a faint blush rose on her cheeks. The prince suddenly burst into laughter. He marveled at her ingenuity, using the maid's own crime to expose her sister's lie. Sophia answered with a dignified smile that as long as His Highness was satisfied, that was enough. However, she also admitted that her plan had worked because she remembered something crucial from her previous life. In that timeline, Carla had been a habitual thief and had been severely punished by their father because of it. The painful memory of the maid crawling on the ground and begging for forgiveness flashed through her mind. The prince shook his head in admiration and told her that her creativity always surprised him. But then his expression turned serious, his gaze intent. He told her that she still had not told him how she truly felt. Sophia insisted in confusion that she had already told him everything. He gently reminded her that she had once given him advice, saying that putting painful thoughts into words could make the heart feel lighter. He reached out and took her hand, his touch sending a rush of warmth through her. He told her that she was the one who had taught him that, repeating the comforting words she had given him when they first met. His sincerity broke through her defenses. She hesitated for a moment, then confessed in a very soft voice that she had been upset, even though she had done nothing wrong. Everyone had so easily believed Alice, and that had hurt terribly. But she admitted that more than being upset, she had been afraid that no matter what she said, no one would ever believe her again. As she spoke those words aloud, the dam holding back her composure collapsed. Tears welled in her eyes and slid down her cheeks, even as she still tried to force herself to smile. She quickly apologized, embarrassed that she had cried over something like this. She wiped at the corners of her eyes, trying to regain control of her emotions. He gently held her hand again, calling her name in a voice as soft as a whisper. He leaned closer, his lips lightly brushing her temple in a tender, soothing kiss. He told her that she had done well. He drew back slightly, locked eyes with her, and made a solemn vow. He said that no matter what happened, he would always believe her. He told her that she no longer needed to be afraid. His words were like a balm healing a wound, soothing her injured soul. A radiant smile, bright with tears, bloomed across her face. From the bottom of her heart, she softly replied, with her hand held tightly in his. A promise was sealed among the fragrant roses. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The world had changed, and Sophia had changed as well. Now, she was an elegant young woman of 19, gazing out the window at the vast estate. Her personal maid, Maya, called to her. Sophia turned around. Dressed in an exquisite blue gown, she was the very image of grace as she asked what it was. She and Maya were reviewing a business document. Sophia nodded in satisfaction, confirming that it was perfect and no detail had been overlooked. Maya let out a breath of relief. Sophia removed her glasses, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. Noticing this, Maya asked whether something was on her mind. Sophia said that it finally felt as though Almeria Trading Company had found its footing. Maya agreed, saying that the road had indeed been difficult, but it was all thanks to Miss Sophia's excellent leadership. The praise made Sophia flinch. She apologized and explained that she had merely remembered something unpleasant. Memories from 10 years ago flooded her mind, the image of young Alice being dragged away to the convent appearing before her. Even now, Sophia knew she could not let down her guard. She had to build an unshakable position for herself, one that no one, not even Alice when she returned, could ever threaten. For that, she needed power, and power meant knowledge. Images of young Sophia flashed by one after another, buried in books, studying under tutors, absorbing everything she could get her hands on. And so, her journey began, bringing her here to the towering royal palace. We see 15-year-old Sophia standing alone before King Louis's throne. The king stroked his beard, considering her proposal. When he spoke, his voice was filled with condescending amusement as he questioned whether the young daughter of Duke Owen truly intended to establish a suspicious trading company, and even place the royal crest upon it. Sophia did not back down. In a clear and steady voice, she confirmed that he was exactly right. But inside, she was trembling. She remembered this king from her previous life. A cruel, ferocious man who showed no mercy to his enemies. Every word and every movement had to be perfect. She could not make a single mistake. She began reciting the statement she had carefully rehearsed, explaining that Almeria Trading Company hoped to sell its unique goods both at home and abroad, and for that reason, they humbly requested the honor of His Majesty's protection. But before she could continue, the king's voice cut through the air like a whip as he sharply ordered her to stop. Sophia froze in place, her heart plunging into the pit of her stomach. The king raised her business plan as if it were nothing more than scrap paper, declaring that he had already reviewed it and judged it to be nothing but the absurd fantasy of a naive young girl who knew nothing of the world. Every word struck like a heavy blow, and Sophia felt her hopes crumbling into dust. Was this the end? She thought in despair. Was it really impossible? Just as she was on the verge of bowing to failure, a broad, calculating smile suddenly spread across the king's stern face. He leaned forward, interest gleaming in his eyes, and declared that it was rather interesting. Sophia lifted her head, utterly confused. He called her idea a business opportunity beyond anything anyone could have imagined, one that could bring enormous profit to the kingdom. He added that his most trusted advisor, Prince Leo, also supported the idea. Beside him, the prince gave Sophia a faint, encouraging smile. The king leaned back against his throne, having already made his decision. He told her that if her company truly could bring prosperity to the nation, then she should make full use of the king's authority. Pure, surging joy flooded Sophia's entire body. She had succeeded. Things had truly gone smoothly. She began to express her deepest gratitude, but the king interrupted her. However, there was one condition. She had to present a certain percentage of all profits directly to him. The number was terrifyingly high, 30%. The demand hung in the air, cold and heavy. Prince Leo immediately stepped forward to object, stating that he could not agree to that condition. But the king waved him silent, reminding him that offering this level of cooperation to a young girl who had yet to prove herself was already an unprecedented act of generosity on his part. Sophia's mind raced. A portion of their sales was already paid to the state as taxes, but this was different. This was tribute offered directly to the king, as if she were being forced to hand over one by one the fruits of her own hard labor. The king's sharp eyes met hers. He told her that he had high expectations for her. A cold certainty settled in Sophia's heart. This would never be easy. Despite the worried look Leo cast her way, Sophia lowered her head and accepted. She raised her face, wearing a perfect mask of joy, and declared that she was simply overcome with happiness. Back in the present, Sophia shuddered at the memory. That so-called heavenly experience had actually been a nightmarish negotiation. She shook off the unpleasant thoughts and returned to business with Maya. Maya told her with a beaming smile that, thanks to all of Sophia's efforts, their unshakable labor dispatch service had become a tremendous success. She explained that the main product handled by Almeria Trading Company was labor itself. Just then, an employee entered the office and reported that a visitor had come to see Chairman Sophia. Archbishop Faust walked in, his presence filling the entire room with a serene radiance. He had come on behalf of the Holy Church of Radiance, which sent the church's believers out to work. After taking a seat, the archbishop said that the people they had sent last month seemed to have performed well. Sophia agreed, thanked him, and said that everyone was full of enthusiasm. The archbishop gently corrected her, saying that he believed their enthusiasm did not come from him, but from their devout faith in Lady Luminatia, the goddess. Then, with a charming smile, he added that being able to work for someone as beautiful in appearance as Sophia must surely be the greatest encouragement of all. Sophia thought that he was still as dazzling as ever, almost too bright to look at directly. She steered the conversation back to business and began discussing the church's monthly allocation quota. Suddenly, a panicked shout came from outside the office, a man's voice roaring and demanding why it was impossible. The sudden commotion startled everyone in the room, and they all turned warily toward the door. The office's usual quiet, efficient atmosphere was completely shattered by the angry bellowing of a man. He was telling them no, demanding that they arrange a job for him here. An employee, a timid young man wearing glasses, tried to calm him down, stammering that their trading company was not currently hiring. The man snorted, accused the boy of wasting his time, and shouted that he wanted to see his boss. Then he lunged forward, grabbing the young employee by the collar and making him let out a terrified scream. At that moment, a sharp voice cut through the chaos, demanding to know what was going on. It was Maya, her expression a mixture of shock and authority. Seeing his savior, the young employee whimpered her title, Chairman. The rude man sneered, his eyes sweeping over Maya with contempt as he questioned whether she was really the chairman. In any case, he did not care. Just as he was about to speak to her, another voice, smooth and cold as polished marble, instantly silenced the entire room. She would hear what he had to say. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Standing, there was a woman who radiated an aura of absolute command, with hair like spun silver and eyes the color of rubies. With chilling calm, she introduced herself as Sophia Owen, the owner of Almeria Trading Company. She let her words linger in the air for a moment, then added with a faint, dangerous smile that, just as he had said, she was the boss here. The man froze, his face turning pale. He felt a sudden, suffocating pressure emanating from her, a force almost tangible enough to touch, pinning him in place. He felt like a helpless frog mesmerized by a snake, his earlier bluster evaporating instantly beneath the weight of her overwhelming presence. What? Who was this woman? At last, he barely managed to stammer out his demand. He needed a high-paying job, and he needed it immediately. Sophia's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. She snapped her fan shut with a crisp, decisive sound and uttered a single devastating word: denied. The man spluttered in disbelief, arguing that this was a place that introduced people to jobs, wasn't it? Sophia explained without emotion that her company's business was indeed to provide suitable personnel to those seeking workers. She continued, saying that the people affiliated with their company were both employees and their precious products. However, she also explained that this service was limited to people whose backgrounds were clear. The man's face flushed red as he angrily accused her of driving him away simply because he was poor. But Sophia remained unmoved. She calmly corrected him, saying this had nothing to do with status, but with what kind of person someone truly was. She pointed out his pronunciation, his distinctive accent, and with sharp insight stated that he had not been born in this country. Had he? Whispers rose among the onlookers. A foreigner. No wonder there was something crude about him. Sophia's gaze remained firmly fixed on him as she listed the information they needed to verify: his origins, whether he had a criminal record in the past, and whether there were any other problems. Then she posed one final, unanswerable question, her voice smooth as silk, yet carrying a challenge. Could he prove all of that to her? The man's jaw moved, but no sound came out. How was he supposed to prove it? His aggressive posture collapsed, replaced by naked, desperate sorrow. He confessed that repeated poor harvests had tormented his country, forcing him to flee in the dead of night with his family. His voice cracked as he spoke of his bedridden wife and starving children. Yet, he cried, he was being rejected simply because of his accent. Finally, in his despair, he suddenly threw himself forward, dropped to his knees, and seized the hem of her elegant dress. He begged her, pleaded with her to help him, swearing that he would do anything and that he would absolutely keep his promises. A shadow passed across Sophia's face, and a slow, predatory smile rose to her lips. She bent down and repeated his words in a low voice. Had he just said he would do anything? Before he could answer, a new voice rang out, clear and benevolent, announcing that it seemed his turn had finally come. A man with blonde hair, gentle eyes, and the robes of a high-ranking clergyman stepped into the tense circle. Sophia's eyes widened slightly in recognition. It was Archbishop Faust of the Holy Church of Radiance. The Holy Church of Radiance was the only recognized religious organization in the Richelieu Kingdom, worshipping Luminatia, the goddess of compassion and love. Faust was no ordinary priest. He was the archbishop who presided over all of Richelieu, a man of immense influence whom even the king respected. The archbishop knelt, his expression full of pity, and assured the weeping man that the Holy Trinity would protect him and his family. They would receive food and shelter, and he hoped that would bring them some comfort. Bewildered, the man asked why he was being shown such kindness when he had nothing to offer in return. Faust simply smiled and explained that the principle of the Holy Church was to grant salvation regardless of nationality or social status. Their mission was to help all living beings and guide them toward peace and tranquility. He gently cupped the man's tear-streaked face, calling him a lost and weak lamb, a being worthy of salvation. A nearly divine brilliance seemed to radiate from him. Sophia watched from the side, lightly waving her fan with a thoughtful expression. She thought that although Archbishop Faust could be somewhat suspicious at times, the Church's mercy was ultimately a tool for guiding people toward independence. Faust turned his benevolent smile toward Sophia and addressed her as Miss Sophia. He said that since the man was willing to do anything, they should have him work until he was thoroughly exhausted. Sophia's smile became bright and confident once more. She announced that Almeria Trading Company wished to cooperate with him, then raised an encouraging thumb toward the stunned man and told him to work hard for his family. The man wept with gratitude, thanking her again and again. The crowd burst into praise. Her employees, Maya and the young man, all looked at her with pure adoration, and one of them declared that she was his role model. The onlookers whispered among themselves about how remarkable and merciful Miss Sophia was. Sophia accepted their praise with a serene smile, thinking to herself that this had been quite good publicity. Her thoughts turned to her business model. The Holy Church instilled strong moral values in its believers. No matter how dangerous or suspicious they had been in the past, once they became official believers, they would repent and become kind, hard-working people. Her company received referrals for these strictly vetted individuals, allowing her clients to use their services with complete peace of mind. Now, with His Majesty the King's support as well, Almeria Trading Company was truly unstoppable. A gentle voice sounded from not far behind her, filled with sincere admiration. He told her that she truly was amazing, Sophia. Her heart leaped in her throat. She turned around, her cheeks flushing, and her eyes met the warm gaze of a man who had lowered his dark hood. It was Prince Leo. Later, Sophia sat across from Archbishop Faust and thanked him for his help earlier. He answered gracefully that he had merely guided a lost lamb. Yet beneath Sophia's polite conversation, her inner monologue was in turmoil. She had only returned to continue her discussion with the Archbishop. So why was Prince Leo sitting beside her, drinking tea as if it were the most natural thing in the world? The Archbishop seemed equally surprised, saying that he had not expected to see His Highness here, since their meetings were usually limited to the royal castle or the Holy Church. He asked whether the prince often visited Almeria Trading Company. Prince Leo's smile was dazzling as he replied that yes, he often came to see Miss Sophia. The perceptive Archbishop was about to take his leave, but the prince quickly stopped him, insisting that their conversation was not yet over. Then, with a meaningful look at the Archbishop, he declared that he had been working with this company longer than the Archbishop had, and so, no matter what, he should also be allowed to listen to their discussion together with Miss Sophia. Sophia's mind was in complete chaos. Why had he emphasized his words like that? Why did this feel like some kind of competition? The Archbishop, however, remained unshaken. He simply smiled and handed Sophia a stack of documents tied with a ribbon. She accepted them in confusion, and the Archbishop explained that they were letters of gratitude. They came from the children who had been saved from the plague. A flood of memories surged into Sophia's mind. It was one of the achievements of which she was most proud. Almeria Trading Company had cooperated with the Holy Church, using its profits to develop a special medicine to combat the plague that had once ravaged the kingdom in her previous life. They distributed the medicine to the citizens for free. The original purpose of this entire undertaking had been to stop her stepsister Alice Owen, because in her previous life, Alice had used the chaos caused by the epidemic to manipulate the nation. Holding those letters, deep emotion welled up in her heart. Thinking that she had actually been able to help so many people, she looked at Archbishop Faust with unshed tears shining in her eyes and told him that she was truly very grateful. Prince Leo gave her a radiant smile and told her that what she had accomplished was truly extraordinary and that his father would surely be pleased as well. Sophia's heart swelled with pride. With the success of the trading company and this astonishing achievement, her position would surely become unshakable. Later that day, as the setting sun gilded the city in golden light, Prince Leo escorted her home in his own carriage. She solemnly thanked him. He turned to her, his lips forming a playful pout, and asked why she was still calling him Your Highness. Sophia blinked, momentarily confused. He pointed out that she treated him and the Archbishop with the same formal respect. She replied that, of course, she respected both of them equally. He leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them, his voice dropping into an intimate whisper. He asked whether, since it was only the two of them now, she could not give him just a little special treatment. Her breath caught in her throat, and her heart began pounding violently against her chest. Lately, every time she saw him, he said these sweet, intoxicating things that made her dizzy. This was completely different from the boy she remembered. Back then, he had been much more reserved, sometimes even shedding tears when deeply moved. And in her previous life, he had been known as the cold-blooded prince. Yet now, he was touching her hand so gently and looking at her with a smile that seemed capable of melting her soul. He softly called her name again, and she stammered, completely flustered by his request for special treatment, not even knowing what he meant by it. He merely smiled, reached out to encircle her, and drew her close. When they arrived at her mansion, she thanked him for seeing her home and urged him to be careful on his way back. He only called her name, his gloved hand gently caressing her cheek. Then he leaned down, not to kiss her, but to press his forehead against hers, a gesture filled with profound tenderness. He promised that he would come to see her again, his warm breath brushing against her skin. After the carriage drove away, Sophia stood frozen in place, one hand pressed her chest. It all felt like a dream, a beautiful and fragile dream, because in her previous life, when she was 19, she had been executed. The terrifying image of the guillotine and the spray of blood flashed violently through her mind, a vivid and brutal memory. But as she turned and walked into the warm, bright lights of her home, where her loyal servants waited to welcome her, a sense of peace settled over her heart. She was no longer alone. She had so many people willing to help her, willing to stand by her side. More importantly, there was Prince Leo. A confident smile bloomed across her face. There was nothing left to fear. A syrupy voice wound through the air, shattering the calm after her victory. The voice said that she had finally come back. It was a ghost from her nightmares, and Sophia's blood instantly ran cold. Her eyes widened with pure, untainted terror. The voice complained sweetly that she had come home so late, and that she had almost gotten bored enough to fall asleep waiting. Stepping out from the shadows was her stepsister, a triumphant and malicious smile plastered across her face. Alice Owen, the architect of her ruined life, was standing before her. Her golden hair shimmered, and her pink eyes were filled with a chilling light. Wearing that dreadful smile, she said sweetly, "Welcome home, sister." Sophia's mind desperately tried to keep up with the situation before her. She questioned why Alice was here, reminding her that she was supposed to be at the convent. Alice giggled, the sound sickeningly sweet, and said that she had not written a letter because she wanted to surprise her. A cold sense of foreboding sank into Sophia's stomach. She asked whether Alice had received permission from the convent before returning. Alice put on a wounded expression and asked whether Sophia was accusing her of running away. The thought screamed through Sophia's mind, "Of course I am. This girl is..." She remembered everything with perfect clarity. Alice should have returned from the convent 2 years ago. However, she had thrown a terrible tantrum, screaming that she could not stay there any longer and violently resisting when the nuns tried to restrain her. Because of her constant outbursts, endless problematic behavior, and repeated attempts to escape, the convent had ruled that she would not be allowed to return home until she showed true and undeniable repentance. Yet now she was standing right here. Then their father appeared, smiling as he explained that Alice had actually returned home officially with the convent's full approval. He admitted that they had been surprised as well, but the convent had issued an official medical report permitting her return. Hearing this, Alice immediately squeezed out crocodile tears and clung tightly to her parents. She claimed that she had reflected a great deal, saying that she had said far too many selfish things when she was younger, especially to Sophia. She looked at Sophia, her eyes full of fabricated remorse, and confessed that she had been so jealous of her because Sophia was a truly outstanding princess. She begged for forgiveness and hoped that they could rebuild their relationship as sisters. Their father had been completely deceived. He embraced Alice and cried out that she had become a different person. Alice answered sweetly, but over their father's shoulder, she cast Sophia a malicious, triumphant sneer. Sophia froze for a moment. Then a cold smile rose to her own lips. She thought, she hasn't changed at all. Alice had most likely calculated that Prince Leo's birthday was coming soon and returned at this exact moment. She had come to become one of his fiancé candidates, just as she had in the previous life. But this time, the one Prince Leo has chosen is me. Confidence surged in Sophia's heart. Alice's return had certainly surprised her, but the timing could not have been more perfect. As her parents lavished affection on this daughter, who seemed to have turned over a new leaf, Sophia watched everything with a cold, calculating gaze. A dark resolve settled in her heart. Silently, she issued a challenge to her sister. "Come on, expose your rotten nature at the birthday ball, won't you, Alice?" The next morning, Sophia sat in the carriage heading toward the office and stifled a yawn. She had not slept all night. Contracts, approvals, and plans had filled her mind in a tangled mess. She was trying to shake off her exhaustion when she heard a commotion. It was Maya's voice, unusually stern, telling someone to please leave. Sophia turned to ask what had happened, but Maya's voice suddenly rose, carrying a terrified cry as she begged someone to let her go. Something had happened to her trusted assistant. Panic seized Maya, cold and sharp. A thickly gloved hand clamped around her wrist like an iron vice. The man's strength was suffocating, and his presence was like a greasy stain in the splendid hall. A broken plea squeezed from her throat as she begged him to release her, her voice trembling with fear and anger. She threatened to call the guards, the only weapon she had against his crude arrogance. The man wore a haughty sneer, scoffing at her resistance. He questioned her insolent attitude, his voice filled with condescending contempt, and declared that the daughter of a lowly baron's daughter had no right to order him around. Suddenly, an icy voice cut through the tense air, as sharp as shattered glass, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. The man shuddered all over and jerked his head up. His lecherous expression melted into open-mouthed, fawning awe. Against the soft glow and blooming roses, Sophia stood there, silver hair spilling down beside her like a frozen waterfall, ruby eyes burning with cold fire. The man named Guys breathed her name as if in prayer. He cried that he had been waiting for her, his face flushing with grotesque, obsessed delight. He introduced himself, his voice overflowing with baseless confidence, saying that he was Guys, the man destined to be with her. Sophia's mind went blank, leaving only pure, absolute shock. What is going on? Who is this disgusting man? Why is he saying such delusional nonsense? Guys completely misunderstood her horrified silence. With a sickeningly sweet smile, he leaned closer and asked if she was so happy to see him that she could not speak. Maya's furious voice broke the spell of shock. She stepped forward protectively, her expression like a storm of righteous anger, stretched out her hand and shouted for the guards. The guards appeared at once and seized the arms of the man who was still stammering. Guys struggled in their grip, his face turning purple with rage, demanding whether they knew who he was and screaming at them to let him go. But Maya's voice was calm and sharp as she told him that he was the foolish one. Standing tall, she ordered the guards to throw the man out of the building immediately. As he was dragged away, all of Guys' anger turned on her. He screamed until his voice cracked, cursing a mere baron's daughter for daring to get in his way again and again. He swore he would never forgive her, and finally howled Sophia's name in desperation. His face, twisted with fanatical joy, turned toward them one last time as he screamed that this was only a trial, a test of their destined love. Once they overcame this small obstacle, he and Sophia would be joined together forever. The hall fell into shocked silence, the man's delusional words still echoing in the air. Maya turned to Sophia, her own composure cracking slightly, and softly asked if she was all right. Sophia was still shaken and could only manage to thank her before asking who that man was. Maya explained that his name was Guys Recapz, though she was certain Sophia did not know him. She said that over the past week, he had been an unsettling presence, often loitering outside the building and peering in. But today, he had suddenly rushed inside, shouted that he was Sophia's lover, demanded that they bring Sophia before him, and boasted that he was the son of Count Recapz. The employees had never heard of that man's family, so they assumed he came from some minor noble house. Maya apologized for the disturbance, but Sophia shook her head and comforted her, saying that no one could have predicted such madness. They would simply have to strengthen security. But Maya's expression grew heavy, worry clouding her face. She admitted that there was another, more serious problem. Count Gustav, one of their most important clients from the Northern Territory, had brought alarming news the night before. A group of unfamiliar men had approached the Count, claiming to be representatives of Almeria Trading Company. Sophia's heart went cold. Representatives? Maya confirmed it. Count Gustav trusted their reputation, so when those men asked whether they could harvest his crops, he believed them. But when he later went to check the fields, those men had vanished, and the fields had been completely ruined. The crops had been trampled and destroyed. A wave of fear swept over Sophia. She pressed her for what had happened to the employees who were supposed to have been sent there. Maya's voice was grave as she explained that their real employees had been waiting at home, deceived by a forged letter instructing them to stay where they were. She confirmed that the letter had definitely not been sent by the company. All the pieces came together with sickening clarity. This was sabotage, a carefully planned attack on their reputation. Cold fury settled in Sophia's heart. She would deal with this. She began issuing orders rapidly, her mind sharp and focused. First, they had to apologize to Gustav, then track down the imposters and assess the full extent of the damage. But Maya interrupted her with a single sentence, a radiant smile blooming across her face. She told Miss Sophia that everything had already been handled. Sophia stared at her in astonishment. Maya proudly explained that their other clients had not been affected. Although the mastermind behind it all was still at large, they had already received reports of suspicious people in the area and had requested that the guards increase their patrols. As for Count Gustav, they had explained the situation, and his trust in them was so firm that he was more worried about their safety than about his own ruined fields. Maya said this was proof of the sincerity and effort with which they had built their business. Sophia's heart filled with gratitude. She took Maya's hand, her voice choking with emotion, and told Maya that she was truly a dependable friend. In the shadows, Guys watched them, his face twisting into a hideous expression of jealousy. He bit his gloved thumb, tearing the fabric between his teeth. Damn it! In his heart, he thought that only he was worthy of Sophia. But that woman, that commoner, kept getting in his way. He would never forgive her. His mind filled with dark and violent fantasies. If only that woman were gone. Late that night, the moon hung high in the sky, casting silver light over the silent city. In the office, Maya worked tirelessly, the flickering candlelight illuminating her weary face. She sighed and looked at the pocket watch on the desk. It was already so late. The recent events had been exhausting, adding extra worries on top of her usual mountain of tasks. But then Sophia's bright, grateful smile flashed through her mind, and a new determination welled up within her. A soft yet resolute smile rose to her lips. No matter the cost, she wanted to fulfill Miss Sophia's request. She swore in her heart that she would investigate this case to the very end. She was completely focused. She would handle everything and make sure Miss Sophia did not have to worry about a thing. Her devotion was a burning light, a fierce and unwavering resolve. The next morning, a young cleaner hummed as he swept the corridor. He was thinking about how impressive the chairman had been yesterday, working so hard and even staying overtime late into the night. Wanting to be of help, he decided to tidy her office. But when he pushed open the door, the broom fell from his hand with a clatter, and a cry of pure shock burst from his throat. Maya lay on the floor, documents scattered around her, face down and terrifyingly still. The news quickly spread. In a lavish room at the Citron mansion, Maya lay unconscious on a luxurious large bed, a bandage wrapped around her head. Her parents kept watch by the bedside, weeping, their faces carved with grief. Sophia waited at the side, feeling as though a cold, heavy stone were pressing against her chest. How could this have happened? The thought that Maya had been attacked by thieves must have been terrifying. At least her friend was not in danger of losing her life, and Sophia felt a hollow trace of relief. Seeing Sophia in such pain, Maya's parents apologized for worrying her and suggested that everyone should let Maya rest. But Sophia could not bear it. She cried out that it was not their fault. It was her fault. Everything was her fault. She bowed her head deeply, tears streaming down her cheeks, and apologized again and again, saying that she had placed their precious daughter in such a terrible situation. Maya's mother hurried to her side and urged her to raise her head. She insisted that Sophia had no reason to blame herself. Maya had chosen to work so late on her own. Besides, she added, the guards in the warehouse had also been found unconscious, so these thieves must have been extremely skilled. Her father also added gravely that the incident had become a nationwide topic, drawing attention from all over the country. Gently, they advised Sophia to prioritize her own safety and the company for now. As Sophia stood by the bed, sunk in guilt, a faint groan came from the pillow. Maya's eyes fluttered open. She called for her parents, her gaze hazy and unfocused. Then her gaze found Sophia, and recognition flashed across her face, followed immediately by vivid fear. Memories rushed back like a tide. The intruder, the chaos in the office, and her own helplessness. Tears began spilling from her eyes, and she reached a trembling hand toward Sophia. Her voice was broken like a whisper as she apologized for failing to protect what was important. Sophia lunged forward and took Maya's outstretched hand, her own tears blurring her vision. She firmly told her friend that Maya had nothing to apologize for. Maya had woken up. She was alive. That was already enough. A smile of relief appeared through her tears, and she confessed that she was truly so glad. Afterward, Sophia stood before all the employees. Her grief hardened into cold resolve. With grim certainty, she said that these recent events, the imposters and Maya's attack, could not possibly be coincidences. She was certain someone was manipulating everything from the shadows. Her company had grown, and they had always tried to remain neutral, but now the enemy had shown their hand. They had not only threatened her business, they had also hurt her precious friend. And that was a line that should never have been crossed. Terrifying dark energy began to coil around her, and her ruby eyes gleamed with an ominous light. Her voice was low and dangerous as she declared that she would never let this go. She would find the people responsible and make them pay. After returning to Duke Owen's estate, Sophia was greeted by a maid. She was explaining that she intended to go to the company early the next morning when a sweet voice called out to her. It was her stepsister Alice, appearing on the grand staircase. With a bright and innocent smile, she told Sophia that father was calling for her. Sophia gave a brief nod and thanked her for passing on the message. But as she turned to leave, she caught sight of Alice's reflection. That innocent smile had vanished, replaced by a twisted, malicious grin that sent a chill down Sophia's spine. Alice leaned against the railing and muttered to herself with feigned sympathy that poor Maya must have suffered terribly. Sophia stiffened, and a dark suspicion took root in her heart. Tell me, could Alice be involved in this? She remembered that Alice had returned home exactly 2 nights earlier. The timing was too perfect, too suspicious. Sophia narrowed her eyes. She had no proof, but she swore she would soon get to the bottom of it. In her father's study, the air was heavy. He told her that he had already heard about the company and that Miss Maya's situation was truly heartbreaking. He felt that the matter had grown too serious. Sophia looked at him, saw the solemn expression on his face, and felt an ominous premonition rise in her stomach. Then he said it. In light of everything that had happened, he thought it would be best for her to temporarily suspend the trading company's operations. The words struck her like a physical blow. She stared at him, her mind reeling, and then a sharp thought cut through her shock. She asked him whether he was making that suggestion because he had heard a certain rumor. Her father was clearly startled, not expecting her to already know. Reluctantly, he admitted that a vicious rumor was circulating in noble society, saying that she had expanded her business by using her body and charm. Since the source of the rumor was unknown, he thought it would be best to lay low for the moment. To his great surprise, a bright and confident smile bloomed across Sophia's face. She told him to rest assured. They had already identified the culprit. She declared that this rumor was unforgivable and utterly foolish, and promised that she would make the person responsible apologize and pay dearly for what they had done. She explained that all of the recent incidents were connected, and that backing down now would only play into the enemy's hands. She understood his concern, but begged him to give her a little more time, promising that she would clear everything up before Prince Leo's birthday. Seeing that her resolve was unshakable, her father finally yielded and agreed to let her handle it her own way. At a glittering ball held in a grand mansion, the guests showered the host with compliments. They could not believe he possessed such a luxurious estate and praised the banquet as astonishing. Lord Guise lounged in an ornate chair, basking in their praise. He boasted that this was merely a hobby that had grown larger, and for the head of the great Count Rezef family, a man like him, it was only a small matter born of natural talent. The guests exchanged knowing, contemptuous looks, and whispers followed him through the room. They all knew he was a failed merchant who had already lost his title. They guessed that he was drowning in debt and felt embarrassed on his behalf at his pathetic posturing. Guise's smile tightened, and hatred flashed in his eyes. In his heart, he cursed these miserable minor nobles, thinking that soon they would no longer be able to look down on him. His thoughts flashed back to half a year ago, to the day his world collapsed. A royal official had stood in his hall and read out an imperial decree, stripping him of his title and confiscating his lands because he had caused enormous losses to the nation and exploited his subjects. The memory of his life falling apart remained vivid. He remembered wandering the streets, blaming everything on others, the servants, his subjects, and his meddlesome parents. "It is not my fault," his heart screamed. "I'm perfect." He swore not only to reclaim his title, but also to attain an even higher position. Then he saw her, an embodiment of grace and beauty. Miss Sophia of the Owen family. He was captivated in an instant. He learned everything about her, the genius who had built a trading empire, a woman with bewitching charm and kindness. She was the perfect partner, and he had to make her his. But the guards at her company were an impenetrable wall. When he threw a tantrum in the street and cried out her name, a mysterious hooded woman approached him. She told him that someone wanted to see him. Intrigued, he followed her to a remote convent. Inside, bathed in heavenly light, a nun turned to face him. She was an angel. She was Miss Alice. Her sweet smile changed into a predator's grin as she told him she had been waiting for him. Looking back now, guys believe that meeting was the moment his life had finally taken the right path. Alice listened to his story, offered him financial support, and even gave him this new mansion. She called him her sister's destined one, Mr. Raccoon. Then she proposed her brilliant plan. She explained that her sister liked clever men. If, she whispered, her sister's company fell into a terrible situation, if something beyond her control happened, and a heroic, dashing savior, Mr. Raccoon, suddenly appeared to rescue her, what would happen? Then Sophia would surely realize that he was the one destined for her. Alice's innocent acting was flawless, and she added that, of course, such a situation would happen on its own, wouldn't it? The implication could not have been clearer, and a dark, thrilling excitement filled Guy's heart. It was so simple. He only had to create the disaster himself, and then appear as the hero. Then Sophia would finally be with him. Back in the present, Guy smiled to himself. Although that lowly baron's daughter had interfered, the plan was still going smoothly. Soon, the status of a duke and a beautiful wife would both fall into his hands. Clutching a freshly written letter, his face flushed with fanatical obsession, he murmured Sophia's name. He could hardly wait to hold her in his arms. The letter was addressed to Sophia, Owen, and the signature was written in exaggerated handwriting, Guy's Razef. Sophia raised her glass with a practiced, elegant smile, the crystals sparkling beneath the lights of the luxurious ballroom. The dining table before her was a masterpiece of culinary art, displaying the wealth of its host, Lord Guy's. She told him it was her honor to be invited to such a grand dinner. Lord Guy's face was flushed with wine and infatuation, and he waved his hand casually. He assured her that tonight's dinner was entirely informal and urged her to forget etiquette and simply enjoy herself. But then a flicker of suspicion crossed his face, and his smile stiffened. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze darting toward the silent figure standing behind her, and his voice suddenly turned sharp as he asked whether that person over there was her servant. Sophia's heart gave a small jump, but she remained calm and glanced back at the hooded man. It was Prince Leo, his identity hidden beneath a plain traveler's cloak. He answered for himself, his voice low and even, confirming that it was more or less true. He explained that, because there had been too much commotion surrounding him lately, he was trying to keep a low profile. Sophia immediately added proof, her voice bright and convincing. She told Guys that he was indeed a very, very reliable guard at her side. Beneath the hood, the corners of Leo's lips lifted in the faintest hint of smile. Just a few hours earlier, the situation had been entirely different. Sophia had been in the safety of her own residence, reading through documents filled with information Prince Leo had investigated in meticulous detail. He explained the target's complicated past to her. Guys had been born into a fallen noble family, but he himself was only a commoner. His two elder brothers had earned recognition through their achievements and had been granted independent royal status. Guys, the third son, and outwardly the least remarkable, had merely inherited the family's count title. Yet his incompetence was astonishing. By royal order, both his title and his territory had been confiscated within a single short year. But even after falling into such complete ruin, the man had somehow continued living a disgustingly extravagant life. Leo's report showed that Guys was most likely using the trading company of his distant relative, Count Gustav, to obtain illegal profits. Sophia lifted her head from the documents, a confident smile appearing on her lips. She felt she had finally grasped the general situation. She sincerely thanked Prince Leo for gathering such detailed intelligence in so short time. He merely smiled faintly, a charming light flashing in his eyes, and replied that patrolling the streets counted as one of his hobbies, after all. As Sophia absorbed the information, her suspicion of Guys only grew firmer, gradually turning into certainty in her heart. But one lingering question remained. To be honest, it was hard to believe that a man as foolish and incompetent as Guys could be the sole mastermind behind this chain of incidents. The image of her stepsister Alice flashed through her mind, that sweet smile concealing a poisoned soul. Was it possible that Alice was manipulating Guys from behind the scenes? Leo's voice interrupted her dark thoughts. He had more information to tell her. He revealed that Guys often held dinner parties and shamelessly spread rumors there, claiming that he and Sophia had an intimate relationship. The news struck like a slap across the face. Leo's expression turned dark and terrifying, his hands clenching as he asked whether it was true. Sophia firmly denied it. Of course not. But while she was soothing the angry prince, an idea took shape in her mind. A risky and dangerous plan. She suggested that perhaps they could use Guys' revolting obsession against him. A cunning light flashed in her eyes as she took out a letter and explained that she had already received an invitation from Guys himself to dine with him. Wasting no time, she explained with a radiant smile that she had swiftly written back to say she would be delighted to attend. Leo was so shocked he could not speak, his voice changing pitch as he asked what she had just said. Sophia's expression hardened with resolve. She reminded him of everything Guys had done, tainting their trading company and even harming her dear friend Maya. She declared that if it meant finding evidence to bring him to justice, she was willing to enter the dragon's den herself. A storm gathered in Leo's eyes, and his voice was low and taut as he asked when the dinner was set for. When she answered that it was tonight, his refusal was immediate and absolutely unshakable. He was going with her. And so they arrived at Guys' mansion, with Leo standing behind her like a silent, hooded shadow. Sophia thought to herself that she had originally worried Guys might recognize the crown prince, even in disguise. But as it turned out, the man was even duller than she had imagined. Guys was fawning over her attentively, asking whether she was enjoying the dinner. Sophia played her role perfectly, warmly saying that she was very satisfied, praising his impressive mansion, and saying that his new business must be going extremely well. She leaned forward slightly, widened her eyes, and pretended to admire him as she said that she was also running a business and hoped he would teach her many things. Guys swelled with pride and laughed heartily, confirming that yes, everything was indeed going very smoothly. Then he moved closer, his breath smelling of alcohol, and lowered his voice into a conspiratorial whisper. He told her that an amazing person was working with him. His hand suddenly shot out and grabbed her arm with a sweaty, unpleasant force as he murmured that he had something special to tell her, a secret just between the two of them. His face was uncomfortably close now, and his expression had turned into something obscene and deeply disturbing. A wave of revulsion surged up in Sophia. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Leo's hand instinctively move toward the hilt of his sword. His patience had been worn to its limit. Sophia shook her head lightly, signaling for him to wait. Not yet. Her mind raced. The opportunity had come. Silently, in her heart, she told him to let Guys completely lower his guard. She forced herself to steady her nerves and placed her lace-gloved hand over Guys's, an action that made her skin crawl. Guys's face instantly turned as red as a beet. Sophia forced out a coquettish smile and said softly that she very much wanted to hear his secret, just the two of them. Her resolve was as hard as steel. I will get the evidence. Guys was practically trembling with triumphant excitement as he led her out of the dining room. He boasted that he was taking her somewhere very special, a place so wonderful that no one else could ever imitate it. He chattered on, saying he could not wait for her to see it, then stopped theatrically in front of a large door and announced that they had arrived. Sophia looked toward the dim room, an ominous premonition crawling up her spine as she could not help wondering what kind of place this could possibly be. He flung the door open, revealing a garish, nauseating room that assaulted the senses with pink everywhere. On the wall hung an ugly portrait of Guys himself, one that looked even more ridiculous than a man in person. Sophia's thoughts recoiled. What in the world was this excessively girlish room? She barely kept the disgust from showing on her face and calmly asked whether this was his taste. Guys's expression twisted into a sinister, possessive smile. No, my dear, This was a room he had prepared especially for her. He declared that it was a sanctuary that could protect her from every danger. Sophia narrowed her eyes, and the atmosphere around her turned cold. She demanded that he explain what he meant by every danger. He chuckled lowly and placed a restless hand on her waist. He told her not to act tough, claiming that he knew about the vicious rumors surrounding her and that he knew her business was in trouble. She said coldly that he seemed to know quite a lot about her. He winked disgustingly and said that he simply happened to have some well-informed friends. This method was so clumsy that it was practically a trap. Sophia's mind worked rapidly. If she could get him to keep talking, perhaps he would slip up and say the name of that mysterious friend. Guy spread his arms wide, striking the pose of a grand proclamation. She should hand everything about the company over to him. She no longer needed to overwork herself. All she had to do was live in this horrifying pink room and lead a carefree life. He seized both her hands, his face flushed with the passion of his fantasy, and swore that he would make her happy as a woman. Sophia maintained a calm smile and gently withdrew her hands. She tactfully said that, regarding the affairs of the trading company, she could not decide on her own. She needed to discuss it with Maya, or rather, with the chairman. That name became the spark. Guy sneered, contempt twisting across his face. He told her there was no need to consult that sort of woman at all, then viciously insulted Maya, saying she was incompetent and useless. He mocked her family as nothing more than upstarts, a pack of greedy, lowly commoners. He, on the other hand, was different. He was a true noble, and unlike that woman, he was extremely capable. He leaned closer, his face a grotesque mask of self-satisfaction, and insisted that the person truly worthy of standing beside her was him, far better than that lowly and incompetent woman. He began to call her name, Sophia. The crisp sound of her palm, striking his cheek, echoed through the room. He staggered backward and fell to the floor, his face full of shock and pain. He stammered, demanding to know what she was doing. Sophia took a deep breath, steadied herself, and her eyes burned with icy anger. She told him that having so much garbage pour out of such a filthy mouth was quite fitting. Her voice dropped dangerously low, trembling with fury. She told him that she was the one who had personally asked Maya to join the company. Maya's gentle and intelligent face rose in her mind. It was because of Maya's wisdom and guidance that the company existed. Maya was her one true friend, the person she trusted with all her heart. Her voice suddenly rose, sharp and biting. How dared he call Maya incompetent, greedy, and a lowly commoner? A cold smile curved her lips. Wasn't what he had said exactly what he himself was? Guy shrank back under her words, as though they were physical blows. In the next instant, she lunged forward and grabbed him by the lapels of his coat. Her grip was like an iron clamp. With a strained grunt, she hurled him viciously across the room, and he landed with a sickening thud. She stood over his pathetic body, feeling a suffocating aura of power emanating from herself. She told him that a vile worm like him normally was not worth her time, but for Maya's sake, she would make an exception. She ordered him to kneel, then beg for forgiveness. Guys crawled backward in a sorry state, shouting that he was not incompetent, that he would soon reclaim his noble title. Then, with his own mouth, he pronounced his fate. He spat that Maya had been attacked only because she had stayed at the company late at night, which proved exactly how useless she was. A deathly chill swept through Sophia's entire body. Her voice fell to a whisper. How did he know that Maya had been attacked at the company? That information had been kept secret, known only to members inside the company. A terrible suspicion took root in her heart. She bent down, her gaze piercing into his eyes, and asked him whether he was the one who had attacked Maya. The truth hung between them in the air, suffocating and undeniable. That fear finally boiled over in Guy's into a pathetic rage. He screamed at her to stop playing with him, roaring that he had shown her kindness, yet she had used him. He shrieked that women should shut up and do as they were told. Like a cornered beast, he lunged at her, shouting that he would not hold back anymore, that he would make her understand just how great he truly was, and grabbed the front of her dress with clear and vile intent. Suddenly, a sharp metallic sound cut through the tense air. Elsewhere in the mansion, Prince Leo was sprinting, his footsteps filled with an almost desperate urgency. He cursed under his breath. Searching Guy's office had taken longer than he had expected. He raced down the corridor, his cloak billowing behind him. In his hand, he clutched the incriminating documents he had found, evidence of Guy's sabotage. With these, that man would no longer be able to argue his way out. A tremendous crash suddenly came from up ahead, making him stop dead. His blood instantly ran cold, and a terrible fear seized him. Something had happened to Sophia. Panic overwhelmed everything, and he immediately broke into a full sprint, desperately shouting her name. Sophia. He slammed open the door to the pink room, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The sight before him was not what he had expected. Sophia was perfectly unharmed and composed, while Guys lay unconscious on the floor at her feet. She turned to him, a relieved smile blooming across her face as she called his name and explained that she was glad he was safe. Leo could only stare at her, dumbfounded. One thought echoed in his mind. I should be the one saying that to you. Just then, Guys began to move, groaning for them to let him go. He tried to use his status to pressure them, demanding whether they knew who he was. But when his gaze landed on Leo, he screamed, pointing a trembling finger at him and demanding why Leo was still alive, shrieking that he had clearly thought those mercenaries had already taken care of him. Leo narrowed his eyes dangerously. Mercenaries? He calmly told the pathetic man that he had personally dealt with every last one of them. More importantly, he said, planting his foot firmly on Guy's back and pinning him to the floor as he produced the forged letters he had found. He demanded that Guys explain these and revealed that he had discovered a large number of identical letters in his office. When Guys recognized the forged suspension notices, all color instantly drained from his face. Those letters had been used to deceive Almeria Trading Company. Leo explained that the letters were almost identical to the ones sent to the employees who should have gone to Count Gustav's estate. His voice was like ice as he delivered the final verdict. Guy's Recapz was the one who had sabotaged the company. Pinned to the floor, Guy's slowly gathered a puddle of his own saliva and sweat beside his face. He began babbling, denying everything. He screamed that they had forged those letters, that this was all a conspiracy planned by fools jealous of his talent. Just then, a cheerful voice cut into the tense atmosphere. Ryan, Leo's trusted knight, appeared at the door with several soldiers. He said it looked as though everyone was having fun and asked whether they could join in. Ryan reported that all the intruders in the mansion had been arrested. Sophia praised them for doing well. Leo pointed to the whimpering man on the floor and ordered Ryan to take the master of the mansion away. Guy's was still struggling incoherently, still trying to claim that he possessed the rights of a count. Leo bent down, his shadow falling over the terrified man. Rights, you say? He murmured, his voice steeped in deadly cold. He told Guy's to say that again to Leo Richelieu's face if he dared. The name struck Guy's like a physical blow. His eyes widened with extreme fear as he finally realized that the man before him was the crown prince. He whimpered that it was impossible, that they had to be joking. The guards dragged him away, his pitiful protests gradually vanishing at the end of the corridor. In the sudden silence, Sophia turned to Leo. Her expression softened with gratitude, and she was just about to thank him for everything he had done. But before she could finish, he had already closed the distance between them and pulled her into a tight, almost desperate embrace. He buried his face in her hair, his voice hoarse with emotion as he murmured her name and admitted how worried he had been. When he saw the torn fabric of her dress, he apologized for the ordeal she had suffered. Sophia leaned back slightly, wearing a bright smile. She assured him that she was completely unharmed and that it was all thanks to the self-defense techniques he had personally taught her. A faint blush crept up Leo's neck, and he muttered quietly that he had thought she would probably be fine even if he was not there. Her expression softened. She told him that was not true at all. It was precisely because he was there, precisely because she knew he would support her from behind, that she had dared to be so reckless. She was truly grateful to him. His heart overflowed because of her words. He had always wanted to become her shelter, the person the lively and courageous Sophia could rely on, the person she could feel safe enough to cry in front of. To become that kind of person, he had desperately worked hard all this time. But now, seeing her smile so freely and brightly before him, he realized with an unbearable rush of joy that nothing in the world could make him happier than this moment. The next day, Guy's was no longer in his luxurious mansion, but in a cold, dark prison cell. He shook the iron bars, screaming in anger and confusion. He howled for someone to let him out. A gentle voice called his name. An old woman emerged from the shadows, her face covered in wrinkles and her expression kind. She apologized for making him wait so long and promised to get him out. Guys immediately assumed she was someone sent by Miss Alice and ordered her to hurry. The old woman handed him a bottle of wine and suggested that he calm down first. He snatched the bottle and greedily gulped it down, then demanded once more that she let him out. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a violent fit of coughing and a gush of blood sprayed from his lips. He collapsed to the floor, his hands clawing at his own throat as more blood poured from his mouth. Choking, he forced out a question, asking why this was happening and whether she had not come to save him. The old woman's kindly disguise vanished, replaced by a cold, chilling smile. She confirmed that she had indeed come to take him out, but no one had ever said he had to leave alive. Guys convulsed on the cold stone floor, his life draining away with a pool of poisoned blood. The old woman watched expressionlessly until he stopped moving entirely, then turned and disappeared back into the shadows. She knelt in a splendid hall bathed in sunlight and reported to Miss Alice that she had dealt with Lord Guys. Alice let out an exaggerated sigh and lamented in disappointment that it was such a pity. If things had gone smoothly, she said thoughtfully, she could have completely destroyed her sister's reputation. Then a slow, vicious smile spread across her face. But the truly interesting event, she declared, would begin at the Crown Prince's birthday ball tomorrow. It would be a very special day, she said softly, her eyes glittering with madness. On that day, Alice would finally become the princess consort. The king's voice thundered through the silent ballroom, every word striking the fragile peace like a heavy hammer. With triumphant and terrifying resolve, he announced that his son, Prince Leo, was engaged to Alice of the Owen family. A wave of gasps rose from the crowd. Miss Alice. The name was so unfamiliar, and the title even more shocking. Whispers spread like wildfire, hurried and chaotic. But no matter what everyone thought, every person in that hall knew the truth. Prince Leo's fiancée should have been Miss Sophia. Prince Leo turned to his father, his face filled with disbelief, his voice trembling with anger and betrayal as he demanded to know what this absurdity was supposed to mean. His heart pounded in his chest. The person he had wanted to become engaged to should have been Sophia, the woman standing beside him now, her hand shaking. King Louis merely stared down at his son from above, his expression cold enough to disappoint, and asked whether he dared challenge his authority. Beside the throne, the corner of Alice's lips curved into a tiny, venomous smile. The king's words stabbed into Leo's heart like a dagger. He said he was disappointed, and Leo felt a scalding tear slide from the corner of his eye. Ignoring his son's pain, the king raised his voice again, stretched out his arm, and pointed accusingly straight at Sophia. He announced to the shocked crowd that, in the near future, this woman would become a criminal. A high priest stepped out from the shadows, reverently holding a golden crown in both hands. King Louis listed the charges, his voice dripping with false justice. He said Sophia was suspected of using the profits from her vast trading company as funds to collude with a rebellious faction within the Holy Church of Radiance in an attempt to overthrow the royal family itself. Nonsense. Leo's roar tore through the suffocating tension. He defended Sophia with everything he had, declaring that she had always been unwaveringly loyal to the nation and the royal family, and demanded evidence for such ridiculous accusations. A triumphant smile appeared on the king's lips. He explained that among them was someone who possessed a sacred power to see through all things and perceive the truth hidden in the darkest depths of the heart. And that person, he announced, was none other than Alice Owen. Bathed in an ethereal rose-colored glow, she looked the very picture of purity and innocence. Sophia's composure had been shaken, but it had not collapsed. She stepped forward, one hand pressed to her chest, as if to calm her racing heart, and asked permission to speak. Her voice was soft, but wrapped in a steel edge. She pointed out the obvious flaw in their story. Alice had been confined within the Holy Church of Radiance until only a few days ago. Then how, she asked, could her sister possibly know about her actions? As ever, Alice smiled sweetly and knowingly like an actress, saying she would explain everything herself. Just then, an old man dressed in the magnificent robes, of an archbishop stepped forward. He introduced himself as Archbishop McKill from the holy capital of Semnan. Awe and gasps of recognition swept through the room like a wave. Archbishop McKill was a legendary figure, one of the two pillars of the church and a representative of the powerful sanctification faction. His presence in the royal capital was shocking in itself. The archbishop began to speak, his voice echoing with ancient authority. He recounted that, for many years, he had been carrying out a sacred search under the direct command of the Pope, seeking the prophesied Holy Maiden. At last, he declared, they had found her. They had discovered the reincarnation of the goddess Luminatia herself, the Holy Maiden Alice. He spoke of a sacred dream, a vision in which the goddess instructed him to bring everyone to Alice. He painted the image of Alice dressed in a simple nun's habit, her face shining with the holy light of happiness, holding a golden cross as she told the elderly nuns that from now on, she would be their guide and that they could finally rest in peace under her protection. The archbishop continued, explaining that by rights, they should have brought the Holy Maiden to the royal capital at once. But Miss Alice insisted that she first had to complete a sacred mission. Alice seized her moment, her face twisting into a mask of grief. She cried out that she had seen it, that she had seen the treasonous conspiracy her sister was plotting. She claimed that this was why she had revealed everything to King Louis. It was for the good of the nation. But then her expression shifted into a sugary, distorted tenderness. She turned to Sophia, lowering her voice into a conspiratorial whisper, and added that it was actually for her dear sister as well. Before Sophia could react, Alice rushed forward, grabbed both her arms, and desperately embraced her tightly. She begged Sophia, her voice full of false tears, pleading that it was not too late. She whispered that they should try to become better. She opened her eyes wide, madness in her gaze, her lips stretching into a terrifying and dangerous smile. It was a horrifying performance, turning love into poison. King Louis, his face like stone, unwavering, raised a hand and ordered everyone to be silent. He decreed that, in recognition of the Holy Maiden's profound devotion and courage, he would grant her his blessing to become engaged to Prince Leo. His decision, he declared in a booming voice, would not change. Not ever. The shadow of pure victory fell across Alice's face. Leo watched it all happen, boiling with helpless rage, and muttered under his breath about how self-righteous his father was. He turned to Sophia, his anger melting into naked concern, and softly called her name. Sophia finally looked at him, her crimson eyes churning with shock, pain, and something else, something indestructible. Her voice was barely audible as she asked whether he believed her. His answer fell into her wounded soul like a balm. A warm, unwavering smile spread across his face, and without the slightest hesitation, he answered that yes, of course he believed her. Supported by his trust, Sophia took a deep breath to steady herself, then stepped forward. She addressed King Louis, her voice ringing through the hall with a new clarity. Then her gaze shifted and fell upon her sister, calm in a way that was unsettling. She spoke directly to her, the title Holy Maiden filled with sarcasm. Sophia told them that she understood exactly what they were trying to do. However, she continued, there was no point in looking for excuses for a future that had not yet happened. With graceful yet defiant courtesy, she announced that she would take her leave. At that moment, Alice's carefully constructed sweet mask shattered. A dark and vicious aura pulsed around her as she looked at Sophia's back, wondering whether her sister was forcing back tears, inwardly mocking how pathetic she was. This was her victory, she thought, malice surging in her heart. King Louis was on her side. However, just as Sophia reached the edge of the crowd, her cold, sharp voice cut through the air once more. She told King Louis that she hoped he would never regret his choice. A dazzling, dangerous smile lit up her face, and her eyes gleamed with a power they had never seen before. King Louis flinched as if he had been struck, his face twisting hideously with fury. Alice stared at Sophia's boldness in speechless shock, while Sophia remained entirely calm. Her smile did not waver. She wished him a good day, turned, and left with her head held high. The sea of nobles parted before her like water. Alice trembled all over, unable to contain her rage. It was all an act, she hissed inwardly, nothing more than the behavior of a pathetic loser. But soon, a cruel smile replaced her anger. She could let that loser bark all she wanted because now at last everything, the prince, power, glory, all of it belonged to Alice. Leo could only watch, his heart aching with a mixture of pride and fear, as the woman he loved walked out of the lion's den. Alone, late that night, the cold stone corridor of the royal palace echoed with the sound of Prince Leo pounding heavily on a thick wooden door. He shouted for someone to let him out and demanded an audience with King Louis. But the two guards stood like statues, motionless. He had become a prisoner in his own home. Defeated, he slid down against the door, and a voice as smooth as silk, yet tinged with mockery, drifted from the shadows, remarking that he looked pitiful. Leo spun around, his blood instantly turning cold. It was Ryan, his most trusted attendant. Ryan observed him with a detached air and said Leo seemed calmer than he had expected. Leo gave a cold laugh and told him not to joke. The prince admitted that he was still reeling from being betrayed by someone he had trusted so deeply. Memories of the evening flooded back into his mind. His father with his back turned to him, coldly saying that he disliked disobedient pawns, ordering Ryan to ensure that Leo did not leave his room. And Ryan had obeyed without a word. Now, facing his own jailer, Leo's voice was full of accusation. He said angrily that Ryan must have known King Louis's plan long ago, yet had stood by and done nothing. He questioned whether Ryan was truly content to let the king's madness devour them all. He warned that the sanctification faction would soon swallow the entire nation. Ryan's expression was a chilling void. He said flatly that it had nothing to do with him. From the beginning, he had never been Leo's attendant. His loyalty was to the king and to the king alone. The words struck Leo like a physical blow, knocking the breath from him. He let out a bitter, broken laugh. He mocked him, saying it must be easy to live doing nothing but following other people's orders. Ryan's face remained like a mask. He merely asked whether that was all His Highness had to say. Then he turned and left. The door clicked shut, plunging Leo into darkness and despair. First his father, and now Ryan. He had always been a fool. His only thought, his only prayer, was for Sophia. He prayed that she would be safe. Afterward, Almeria Trading Company fell into chaos. Sophia's employees were incensed by the news, denouncing the so-called Holy Maiden and her absurd claims. One of Sophia's closest assistants clenched her fists in fury, angrily declaring that the king and his new allies must all be blind. In the midst of the storm, Sophia sat calmly drinking tea. Her friend, a young woman with a bandage wrapped around her head, was crying as she insisted that Miss Sophia was the true goddess. Sophia gently quieted her, reminding her not to worsen her injuries. The young woman hugged her tightly, overwhelmed by Sophia's strength. Sophia smiled softly, saying that thanks to trustworthy friends, she could feel at ease. Her friend promised through tears that she would always stand on Sophia's side. Then she voiced her concern for Prince Leo. He was now under house arrest, and she feared that if he did not yield, he might be forced into marriage. Sophia agreed that this was very likely. She analyzed the situation with cool precision. King Louis feared her growing power, feared the influence she held through her company, which even extended beyond the borders of the kingdom. He saw her as a threat to the throne. So he had plotted this conspiracy and chosen Alice as the pawn he believed would be easy to control. Her friend added that behind Alice was the Holy Maiden faction led by Archbishop McKill, and that faction had been working to buy the king's favor. This placed them in direct opposition to Archbishop Faust's Doctrine faction, which was allied with Sophia's company. Sophia pieced together the truth. King Louis and the Holy Maiden faction shared a common interest in destroying her. The first step was to establish Alice as the Holy Maiden and grant her legitimacy. Once she possessed that sacred title, marrying her to the prince would be simple. Sophia took a sip of tea with a trace of sarcasm, reflecting that they had made one crucial miscalculation. They had never imagined that their fake Holy Maiden would prove to be such a problem. A new fire lit in Sophia's eyes, and she set down her teacup. It was time to act. She asked for pen and paper. Her friend's face lit up with anticipation. Sophia gave a bright, confident smile and announced their destination. They were going to storm the Holy Church of Radiance. 1 week later, a magnificent carriage traveled along the long road leading to the grand Holy Church of Radiance. When the carriage stopped, a figure in pale blue stepped down, her silver hair catching the morning light. She looked up at the towering spires, and there was no fear in her eyes, only unshakable resolve, as if a queen were about to reclaim her kingdom. The hall was resplendent, filled with a sea of polite smiles and hidden intentions. Dressed in pale blue, Sophia stood beside Maya's citron, her expression a mask of calm composure. A noble lady greeted them warmly, welcoming Miss Sophia and Miss Maya and thanking them for coming. But Sophia's gaze passed over her and landed on Archbishop Faust, a trace of worry crossing her heart. He had grown so thin, she thought. He must be exhausted. A sickeningly sweet voice cut through the murmurs of the crowd. It was Alice. Her sister pretended to be surprised by her appearance. She approached like a radiant, poisonous snake, dressed in a black nun's habit, a benevolent smile on her face, surrounded by followers who adored her. In a voice full of false piety, she asked whether Sophia had finally decided to repent and welcomed them to the place she shamelessly called Alice's home. The air crackled with tension. With condescending elegance, Alice offered to listen to Sophia's prayers and asked whether she had come all this way, especially to see her. Sophia's answer was a single phrase as cold as a glacier. No need. Alice's smile did not disappear. Instead, it widened. She laughed lightly, accusing Sophia of merely putting on a brave front. She leaned closer, her eyes glittering with triumphant malice, and whispered that she knew Sophia was upset because she had stolen Leo from her. The words were like a poison dart. As if that were not enough, she added that Almeria Trading Company would soon belong to her as well. Sophia and Maya both gasped, their faces paling with shock. Alice spread her arms, basking in their horror. She declared that it was not only the company. Everything Sophia possessed would soon belong to her. Everything would belong to Alice. Maya found her voice again, trembling with a mixture of fear and anger, and stammered that they would not let that happen. But Alice's confidence was absolute. Her smile was dangerously predatory. She leaned in again and delivered the fatal blow. King Louis himself had already promised to do it. She whispered with satisfaction that becoming the Holy Maiden was truly wonderful. With the king supporting her, everything would go exactly as she wished. The declaration was so heavy it felt suffocating, leaving both Sophia and Maya stunned into silence. Then Alice turned her malicious gaze toward Maya, her voice becoming syrupy sweet. She said that all of this was thanks to you, Maya. She placed a hand on Maya's arm in a grotesque imitation of gratitude. You taught me so much. A sharp, nauseating memory flashed through Maya's mind. It was the advice she herself had once given Alice, telling her that if she wanted to defeat Sophia, she should get close to King Louis. The color drained from Maya's face. No, she thought, her hand flying to her throat. That was impossible. Alice smiled brilliantly and announced that from now on, she would become Maya's master. She pulled the terrified girl into a suffocating embrace and cheerfully said that they should get along well. As Maya struggled, Alice whispered into her ear, her voice hissing like a venomous snake, saying that all of this was the goddess's guidance. At that moment, a sharp sound cut through the tension. Sophia, who had been calmly watching the scene all along, spat out her drink. A giggle escaped her lips, then quickly blossomed into a full, melodious laugh that echoed through the hall. Alice froze completely. Sophia's laughter gradually subsided. Her gaze was as sharp as ice, and her voice carried a biting smile as she questioned the very idea of Alice becoming the company's owner. She reminded her sister that she could not even understand her tutor's lessons, let alone receive the goddess's will. You still can't even do basic arithmetic, can you? Sophia asked, her smile unwavering. Alice stammered, her face flushing with anger, but Sophia merely said that it was quite a good joke. She gently pulled the trembling Maya closer and remarked that rather than the Holy Maiden, Alice was better suited to being a comedian. Alice's face twisted with rage. Why is she laughing? She thought furiously. Why isn't she crying? I just said I was going to take everything from her. Alice forced herself to calm down and sneer that she had no need to do any calculations at all. Maya would handle everything for her. After all, an owner only needed to look over settlement documents and sign them. Sophia gave a dramatic sigh, full of pity. She pointed out that Alice must struggle even to read the simplest words. Her voice lowered into a silky murmur, as if she were talking to herself, wondering whether Alice could truly handle such a task. The insult struck with perfect precision. Alice's face turned crimson, her fists clenching. This woman was mocking her. She saw one nearby follower stammering out her title, but Alice ignored them and turned back to Sophia, declaring with forced arrogance that such ordinary, boring matters were beneath her. She was the holy maiden. She would show everyone her true power. With an exaggerated wave of her hand, Alice announced to the crowd that she would perform a miracle. Her followers let out excited cries of admiration. Sophia watched her, her expression unreadable. A miracle? A young man rushed forward and presented an ornate box, begging for her blessing. Alice covered the box with a piece of red cloth, and a brilliant golden light shone from within. Sophia's thoughts moved rapidly. A magic trick? Alice cried out theatrically that a miracle had descended upon her. With a flourish, she whipped away the red cloth. "This is my miracle." The box was now overflowing with glittering gold coins. The crowd erupted, shouting her name. Yet Sophia saw through the cheap illusion. There were undoubtedly accomplices hidden beneath the altar. They would sell these miracle boxes at an exorbitant price. The archbishop appeared beside her, calling the performance pathetic and confirming her guess. But Sophia still felt that something was wrong. They could not possibly be reckless enough to use real money. As she pondered this, a gold coin rolled to a stop at her feet. There was something else going on here. She picked up the gold coin, and her expression grew dark and contemplative as she examined it. Late that night, in the solitude of his study, Leo stared at a document, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He lifted his head, his gaze hardening, as a familiar figure appeared at the doorway. "Not again," he murmured. It was Alice, wreathed in illusions of roses, with a smug smile on her face. "You really are annoying." She said it softly. She marveled that he knew it was her, without even looking. She slipped into the room. Her presence was suffocating. She leaned over his chair and whispered that she could tell Leo loved Alice. Her hand seized the front of his shirt. Revulsion surged through his entire body. He shoved her away and roared at her to get her hands off him. Alice staggered back with a feigned cry, pouting that he was so rough. Her sneer remained intact. She told him that no matter how much he hated her, he still had to marry her. Her hand slid toward her own abdomen, and with a wicked smile, she reminded him that he needed an heir. Leo's gaze turned cold with contempt. This woman, he thought, did she truly understand her own situation? His father was only using her. In the end, she would be abandoned, thrown away like a worn-out rag. How could a woman who lacked even basic education and refinement be so confident? Alice misunderstood his burning stare and giggled. She told him not to look at her with such passionate eyes. She licked her lips and whispered sweetly that, sure enough, he liked her better after all, didn't he? She had been so worried his taste in women was terrible. Leo could only force out a choked, "Huh?" Alice laughed and said her sister was dull, gloomy, and boring. How could he possibly favor someone so pathetic? She pressed herself against him and murmured that it was all right because she was his princess. Leo finally exploded. A primal power burst from him, blasting her to the other side of the room. "Don't misunderstand," he growled. Alice crashed miserably to the floor, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. He stood before her, his voice sharp as an icy blade. "You will never surpass Sophia." "Not anyway." The stunned Alice could only stammer. "Huh?" He turned away, leaving her with one final, cold ultimatum. "Do not appear before me again, or I will sever every connection I have with you." The door slammed shut, leaving her in a deafening silence. She collapsed on the floor, his words echoing again and again in her mind. "I am inferior to my sister." That thought was impossible. Alice was the cutest princess in the world. The reality she had so carefully built collapsed completely. She let out a beast-like scream and rolled wildly across the floor in a tantrum. She rushed out of the room, shoved aside the astonished guards, and fantasized about killing anyone who stood in her way. She stormed into the throne room in a fury, threw herself at the king's feet, and wept, begging him to force Leo to marry her, crying that she did not understand why he was so unwilling. The king calmly placed a hand on her head and told her that the time had not yet come. For now, she had to fulfill her mission as the Holy Maiden. The priest voiced his agreement as well, but Alice grabbed him. Her face filled with anger, and then she asked when Alice would be able to become a princess. The king laughed, moved by her ambition. "Very well," he announced. "2 weeks from now, we will hold a grand wedding for you." Alice's tears vanished instantly. The king ordered the servants to make the arrangements, suppressing every voice of opposition. Alice revealed a triumphant smile. "See, everyone will listen to me." In her mind, she saw her glorious future, a beautiful wedding, and her sister defeated at her feet. "Victory is mine," she thought, a cruel smile twisting her lips. 2 weeks later, the day before the wedding, Alice hummed happily as she checked the plans. A vicious thought flashed through her mind. She would have Leo choose the design for the wedding bells, then show it to Sophia so she could fully savor her sister's annoyed expression. When she approached Leo's room, she discovered that someone was already there. It was Ryan. She remembered that he was the one who had helped the king deal with Sophia and Leo. "He is my ally," she thought with a smug smile, greeting him cheerfully. After explaining why she had come, she asked him why he was there. With a polite smile, he replied that he had brought food for the prince, who had not left his room. Alice giggled inwardly, thinking Leo was such a fool for resisting his fate. Ryan smiled, but his gaze was somewhat distant. Suddenly, his expression turned cold. "Why?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous. "Why would you think that?" A chill crawled up Alice's spine. His entire aura had changed. She stammered out a weak excuse, her mind in chaos. The air around him seemed to darken with danger. But in the next instant, his cheerful mask slipped back into place. He agreed that she had a point, then turned and left. Alice watched his back uneasily. What a strange man. The wedding day arrived grandly amid cheers and fluttering confetti. Alice, radiant in a gorgeous frilled gown, walked down the red carpet. She suppressed the displeasure she felt over the fact that Leo had not helped choose the dress. What mattered was that everyone could now see she was a princess. From now on, I can do whatever I want, she thought, a dark excitement flowing through her body. Her smugness was interrupted by a familiar voice. "Sophia." Alice sneered, mocking her sister for daring to show that cowardly face after losing so badly. A noble lady beside them protested Alice's rudeness, but Sophia merely smiled serenely, congratulating her on her marriage and praising her gown. Alice strutted about proudly, showing off the ribbons and frills she had chosen, but there was a sharp edge to Sophia's smile. "Don't you think it's strange?" she asked softly. "You know, Prince Leo prefers simple, mature designs." Alice's expression darkened. Sophia leaned closer to her, her voice turning into a devastating whisper. "Perhaps you were not the first person to choose a dress. What a shame." Those words struck Alice like a slap, and her face burned with humiliation. In a panic, she demanded that the ceremony begin. The priest prayed for a miracle to descend and bless the wedding. Alice regained her composure and announced that she would perform the miracle of the Holy Maiden. 2 priests pulled away a massive cloth, revealing 2 enormous chests filled with gold coins, almost overflowing. The guests gasped. Alice turned to Sophia, her eyes filled with an almost crazed sense of victory. "This is my power, my charm." She grabbed a handful of gold coins and threw them at Sophia's feet. "Crawl over and pick them up," she ordered. Sophia looked down, then raised her eyes to Alice, her smile calm and knowing. "How noble, Holy Maiden. You are right." Her voice rang out clearly. "I truly cannot imitate what you just did, because those gold coins are fake." She held one of the gold coins up to a candle. The coin immediately melted and burst into flame. A terrified scream tore from Alice's throat as the flames leapt from the coin to the chests, devouring her false miracle in roaring fire. Amid the chaos and screams, Sophia stood there unharmed, as calm and composed as a painting, her crimson eyes shining with sweet, undeniable victory. The splendid hall fell into chaos, the crackle of flames mixing with the noble's terrified screams. Alice's face was deathly pale as she shrieked and asked what her sister was doing. The king's face turned purple with rage, and his roar seemed to shake the very foundations of the room as he shouted at Sophia, demanding to know if she had gone mad, and ordered the guards to seize that woman. Yet amid the chaos, Sophia's voice cut through the uproar like shards of ice. With a chillingly calm smile, she asked everyone to quiet down and simply watch. She announced that this was nothing more than a little entertainment. The guards stopped in their tracks, shock and duty warring on their faces. Her gaze swept over the stunned nobles, and her voice rang through the hall with unsettling authority as she invited everyone to look carefully. Before their disbelieving eyes, the glittering pile of gold coins began to blacken and congeal. After melting, they did not turn into liquid gold, but into nauseating black sludge that flowed across the marble floor. Sophia's smile deepened. She pointed a slender finger at Alice, who stood frozen in place, and announced to everyone that this was the true form of her miracle. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. The gold coins had vanished. They were gone, with not even ash left behind, only a disgusting stain. Alice's mother let out a scream from deep in her throat, crying over her lost gold coins. Sophia turned to her, her delicate brows lifting in a feigned arc of innocence, and asked whether those gold coins truly belonged to her. Alice snapped out of her daze and screamed that of course they were hers. She insisted that they were talking about the Holy Maiden's miracle and that everything belonged to her. A predator's smile slowly appeared on Sophia's face. Then she spoke in a sweet voice soaked with poison, telling Alice to explain to everyone why everything had now disappeared. Cornered and panicked, Alice stretched out a trembling finger and accused Sophia of burning it all away. Sophia's denial was flat and cold. She had not. She calmly explained that Richeliege's gold coins were pure gold and would never melt from such a simple flame. The color drained from Alice's face, her eyes widening with dawning terror. Impossible. She murmured it under her breath, her mind refusing to accept the truth. Could it be? Sophia's voice was merciless, like a smooth dagger. She ordered Alice to admit it, to admit that her miracle was nothing but a counterfeit, a cheap trick manipulated by the Holy Maiden faction. The Archbishop gasped and demanded to know on what grounds she was making such an absurd accusation. Sophia's gaze pinned him in place. She directly asked whether he had used Crimson Flamestone. The Archbishop flinched. Sophia pressed her advantage, her voice reaching every corner of the silent hall. She explained that Crimson Flamestone could imitate the properties of gold and was a cheap and convenient material used to forge counterfeit coins. She exposed the Holy Maiden faction's entire conspiracy, then met the eyes of the Archbishop, who was drenched in cold sweat, and coldly asked whether she had said anything wrong. She admitted that distributing counterfeit coins was indeed a quick way to win favor. With a victorious smile, she added that they had not been thorough enough. As if to accompany her words, her maid stepped forward and presented a thick account book with a cold smile. The Archbishop's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He knew exactly what it was. Sophia said thoughtfully that it was strange, wasn't it, that she would know about a mineral used almost exclusively for religious implements. She also said she had never expected that the trade knowledge once forced into her would prove so useful. She announced that Crimson Flamestone was not produced in Richelieu. Holding up the account book, she explained that by following the trade routes, it was easy to find records of its transactions. And here they are, she announced. Records of large-scale imports of this mineral. The Archbishop let out a strangled whimper and collapsed to the floor, the web of lies he had woven falling apart around him. The king whipped around to face him and demanded to know what Sophia's words meant. Seeing her accomplice fall, Alice finally broke down. She screamed that she had been told foolish believers were easy to deceive and that she had only performed the fake miracle as instructed. Because the crowd instantly erupted. A fake miracle? She had been deceiving everyone all along? Alice clapped a hand over her mouth, realizing she had made a fatal slip, then stammered that everyone should stop making such jokes. She insisted it was not true, that she had only. The king's expression grew as dark as a storm. This is terrible, he thought, his mind racing. He could not believe the church had conspired against him. When the Archbishop crawled at his feet and begged for mercy, the king made his decision. He roared an order for the guards to arrest everyone involved. Inwardly, he cursed them as a pack of complete fools who had destroyed themselves so easily. He knew he had to silence them as soon as possible. He turned to Sophia, his expression changing to one of deep remorse, and told her that he had wronged her. Now that the truth had come to light, these criminals would be put on trial. But Sophia only laughed, the light, pleasant sound sending a chill down his spine. She asked whether the truth had really been revealed. The king stammered, his face full of confusion. She continued explaining that those counterfeit coins were far too perfect, made with such precision that it was as though they had come from the same mold as the kingdom's official currency. And that mold was personally kept by the king. She fixed her sharp gaze entirely on him and asked His Majesty where that identical mold was now. Cold sweat seeped from the king's forehead. She knows. He tried to bluff, claiming it was in the royal castle. Sophia's smile turned mad, her eyes shining with victory. Then bring it here, she ordered. Here and now. Immediately. The king's composure shattered completely. He screamed, enough, and lunged at her, ordering the guards to seize this insolent fool. Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out. Wait. Prince Leo stood at the entrance, one arm outstretched, his eyes burning with anger. He announced that the one who should be arrested was not Sophia, but his father. Sophia called his name softly in disbelief. The king incoherently demanded to know what nonsense he was spouting. Seeing one last hope, Alice ran to Leo, grabbed his arm, and sobbed that everyone was bullying her and that everything was Sophia's fault. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, but the man she saw seemed like a stranger. His face was a mask of ice, and there was not a trace of warmth in his gaze. Without the slightest emotional fluctuation, Leo ordered, "Seize this girl." The guard seized Alice and pressed her down onto the cold floor, and she screamed. She struggled and shrieked, her mind unable to understand this betrayal. Her world had crumbled into dust. The king, the people who adored her, power, everything should have been hers. Yet as she was pinned to the ground, wretched and disheveled, she saw Leo gently drape his cloak over Sophia's shoulders. That woman, that hateful woman, had ruined everything. Sophia looked up at Leo, her voice trembling slightly with relief as she said she was glad he was safe. He assured her that he felt the same. The furious king pointed a trembling finger at them and roared that this was not over. Sophia calmly replied that she had been about to say the same thing to him. She revealed that they had received clues about his crimes from someone. Her gaze moved toward the door, and a distinguished man in clerical robes stepped forward. Archbishop Faust. Several weeks earlier, Faust had sat with them, his expression grave. After praising the results of their antidote research, he turned the conversation in a darker direction. He revealed the existence of the corrupt Holy Maiden faction led by Archbishop McKill. They had been amassing enormous wealth, and then the devastating blow was aimed directly at Leo. He told the prince that the person most deeply involved in the illegal circulation of gold was none other than his father. The memory of that moment was still raw and bloody. Leo had slumped in his chair, the weight of his father's betrayal nearly crushing him. Sophia remembered the pain in his eyes, the moment a son's trust shattered. She had offered to handle it herself, but Leo refused in a taut, firm voice. He announced that he would personally lead the investigation. Counterfeiting currency was a grave crime, and even if the culprit was the king, justice had to be served. He had sworn to prove that he would now make the right choice. Back in the present, Sophia's voice rang out with the same conviction. She explained that Prince Leo's secret investigation had already obtained evidence. She held up a counterfeit coin, the key to their downfall. She mocked the king, saying that his greatest mistake had been letting Alice scatter the evidence. The king roared that she was a criminal and demanded to know who she thought she was. Sophia faced him head-on, her voice full of contempt. She told him that a man who deceived his own people for profit had no right to be king. Just as the king stammered that this was a conspiracy, a man was thrown at his feet. A light voice announced that the king had failed to destroy the evidence. The king stared in horror at his own steward, Ryan. Betrayal. Leo stepped forward, his face like an unreadable mask. He told his father that everything was over and that he had to surrender. Then, in a voice that seemed capable of tearing apart the soul of the kingdom, he raised his hand and ordered the arrest of King Louis of Richelieu for treason. The king screamed as the guards restrained him. He incoherently pleaded with Leo, promising him power, money, women, even Sophia's hand, anything, as long as he could keep his throne. The kind Leo turned his back, refusing to look any longer at that pathetic ugliness, and ordered the guards to drag him out. The king's desperate cries echoed as he was dragged away, leaving only his son standing alone in the silence. The hall fell into chaos. An official tried to restore order, but Alice saw an opportunity and bolted toward the door. Freedom was only a few steps away, but a calm voice froze her in place. "Oh my Alice." Sophia was blocking her path. With a sweet and deadly smile, she asked where Alice thought she was going. Alice broke down completely, let out a beast-like scream, and lunged at Sophia, grabbing her gown and shrieking that everything was her fault. The guards rushed in. Sophia bent close and whispered in a voice only Alice could hear, "Isn't this wonderful? They're here for you." As Alice was dragged away, her eyes burned with pure hatred. "I will never forgive you." And so the false holy maiden was arrested, and the reign of her lies came to an end. Archbishop Faust rebuked her actions as utterly absurd. Then he turned to Sophia and offered her the now vacant position of Holy Maiden. The flustered Sophia immediately refused, taking the blushing Prince Leo's arm and declaring that her place was at his side. Faust chuckled at being rejected so decisively. Leo, however, fell into thought. He marveled that Sophia seemed able to see the future, and a wave of shame rose within him. Seeing his expression, Sophia knew the time had come. He might think she was mad, but she had to tell him everything. She needed him to know who she truly was. She asked whether he was willing to hear her secret. In a quiet, private room, Leo gently asked her what her secret was. Sophia drew a trembling breath and confessed the impossible truth. She told him that she had died once before, killed by Alice's scheme, and then returned to the past with all her memories. She explained that everything she had done had been for revenge. When she finished telling her story, she told him that she would understand if he doubted her. She said that her foresight was nothing special, merely the result of her memories. Leo remained silent for a long time. He said it was hard to believe, but he did not think she would lie to him. He thanked her for telling him. Relief flowed into Sophia's heart, but the hardest part still lay ahead. Her voice trembled as she confessed that when she had first approached him as a child, it had been purely for revenge. She told him that she was not worthy to stand at his side, because she had used him. Her confession hung in the air, a naked and painful truth. Leo did not pull away. Instead, he moved closer, his eyes filled with deep tenderness. He asked her to tell him what kind of man he had been in her previous life. The air between them grew heavy, filled with unspoken history, a fragile tapestry woven from a life only she remembered. Leo's voice was low, his gaze intent. He leaned closer and asked what kind of man his past self had been in her previous life. From what he had heard so far, he added, a self-deprecating smile appearing at his lips. It did not sound as if he had been a good person. Sophia's heart stopped short. No, she hurried to say, her voice dropping almost to a whisper. It wasn't like that. There was no need. But her words gradually broke off as she looked into his searching eyes. The truth was like a stone lodged in her throat. She drew a trembling breath, and memories surged back like a dark, suffocating tide. She reminded him of what he himself had said, that the country had been in even worse decline back then. Once again, she saw it all. The gaunt faces of starving commoners, mothers weeping before tiny graves, a kingdom shrouded in despair. Her own guilt as an accomplice burned her soul like acid. She confessed that she had done nothing, that she had turned a blind eye to the ever-rotting political corruption and let the people suffer while she lived in luxury. Her voice cracked with sobs as she delivered the final, fatal blow, the words branded into her heart. She told him that she had been the one who killed him. That was why she was here now. She explained, her voice trembling yet firm. She could not and would never repeat the catastrophic mistakes of that life. She went on, her gaze drifting into the distance. Back then, he had been like the ghost of the man before her now. People called him the cold-blooded prince. He had been a terrifying enigma, utterly indifferent, like a perfect puppet without emotion, obeying the king's orders without ever questioning them. He had been less a person than a machine, a beautiful and deadly weapon wielded by his father. Yes, she confirmed, her heart aching faintly for the boy he had once been. Everyone had feared him. Leo's expression was unreadable as he took it all in. Then he asked in a low voice whether his engagement to her stepsister Alice had happened in that timeline as well. Sophia nodded heavily. Exactly the same, she said. Alice had always been an opportunist and had gone straight to the king. Their interests aligned perfectly, and so the marriage had been coldly pushed forward, becoming a political maneuver without the slightest warmth. A shadow passed over Leo's face, a deep, trembling self-loathing. He murmured that the person he had been must have been a fool to simply let everything happen like that, without resisting even once. That isn't true, Sophia cried, her hand instinctively reaching for his arm. Her touch was like a desperate plea, trying to make him understand. She admitted that back then, they had never spoken even once, merely two strangers wandering through a dying court. But now, with painful clarity, she understood everything. With burning conviction, she told him that he had killed his own feelings and buried that gentle heart deep inside, all to protect it from being eroded by the king's suffocating influence. The memory of their first meeting flashed through her mind. He had only been a child, so small, so fragile, yet his eyes had carried the weight of the entire world. He had looked as if he might shatter at any moment. A fresh wave of guilt surged into her heart. She suddenly realized that she had once taken advantage of that vulnerability, using his brokenness for her own purposes. She closed her eyes, shame burning her cheeks red, but a gentle hand cupped her chin and lifted her face. Leo's touch was unexpectedly soft. He told her she was making him sound far too good. He admitted that, even in this life, he had always believed his father was a good king, and that illusion had only completely shattered a few days ago. That discovery made him hate himself. His thumb brushed over her cheek. He gazed at her, his voice dropping to an intimate whisper, and asked why she thought he could walk the right path now after passing through such darkness. Before she could answer, he told her, his voice tight with emotion, that it was because she was here, Sophia. He said he was glad, truly glad, that he had been needed for her revenge. He would never think she had used him, because if not for that, they never would have met. He said he was simply so happy that she had finally opened her heart to him and shared her secret with him. He thanked her for trusting him and for telling him everything. Her heart felt as if it would leap out her chest. Why was he always able to say the words her soul longed most to hear? A choked sob escaped her throat, and the next moment she threw herself into his arms, buried her face against his chest, and cried out his name. She told him to forget revenge, to forget everything. All she wanted was to stay by his side forever from now on. Leo froze, his whole body going taut with shock. A deep, beautiful blush spread across his face, pure and undisguised surprise. Slowly, he wrapped his arms around her and buried his face in her silken hair, as if trying to hide his burning cheeks. He whispered that she did not need to ask for such a thing, because no matter what, he had never intended to let her go in the first place. A dizzying, almost overwhelming joy blossomed in Sophia's chest. She loved this man more than anything. She drew back just enough to see his face, then leaned up and kissed his lips. That kiss felt as if she had finally come home. For one instant, the world held only their joined lips, the warmth of their embrace, and a perfect, fragile peace. But the next moment, that instant was shattered by the deafening crash of the door being flung open. A panicked voice screamed for His Highness, begging forgiveness for the intrusion. An attendant staggered into the room, his face pale with terror. The romantic spell was broken. Leo's face became a mask covered in cold anger. In a dangerously low voice, he demanded to know what could possibly be so important. The terrified attendant shrieked an apology, but insisted that it was an emergency. Like the tolling of a death knell, he reported the news. The king, who had been arrested and imprisoned, had escaped. Beneath the cold moonlight, the former king stumbled through the dark forest, his breathing broken and ragged. He gasped desperately and collapsed against a tree in utter exhaustion. A calm voice cut through the night, congratulating him on doing well. The king lifted his head and saw a familiar silhouette. Leo's attendant. The king panted, cursing his fate and wondering why this had to happen to him. When he thought of Sophia, his rage boiled over. That damn girl. He had seen that she truly intended to overthrow him. Distracted by fury, his foot caught on a tree root, and he fell sprawling to the ground. He cried out as he fell, and a gloved hand entered his field of vision. Ryan stood before him, his expression calm. He asked whether his majesty was injured. Ryan brought the fallen king to a small, hidden cabin. This would be where he hid. The king's mind raced, relief mingling with cunning. He had thought this boy named Ryan had betrayed him, but it seemed that in the end, he could not defy his nature as a loyal dog. He patted Ryan on the shoulder and told the young man he was glad he had returned. He promised that once he regained the throne, he would mercifully forgive Ryan's little betrayal. Ryan lowered his head and thanked him for his mercy. The king sneered. Fortunately, he had let this irritating brat live back then. He would use him until he was no longer useful. After all, Ryan was the last of the Amber family. They were an ancient bloodline of assassins who served the crown. He remembered how arrogant they had become, those mere vicious dogs daring to defy their master. He had no need for a disobedient dog, so he had disposed of them, poisoning them all at a banquet. But he had spared the youngest, Ryan, because he saw the potential to train him into a new and perfect chess piece. He had fed the boy lies, telling him that his family were all traitors, and had shaped his grief and guilt into absolute loyalty. What a pitiful dog. He seized Ryan's chin, his fingers digging into flesh. With a sneer, he said that a clever child like him must already have prepared a plan for their next move. Madness gleamed in the king's eyes as he began painting his twisted vision. He would use propaganda to destroy Sophia, humiliate her before Leo, then make them beg for their lives before pushing them into the abyss of despair. A quiet, icy voice sliced through his crazed laughter. How absurd. The king stiffened, his smile wavering, and asked what Ryan had just said. In a flash, Ryan slammed the king to the ground, the cold steel of a dagger pressed against his throat. Ryan's eyes were like shards of ice. He asked whether the king recognized the blade. It was the heirloom passed down through generations of the heads of the Amber family, a knife sharpened by the blood of those who defied the crown, and the very knife the king himself had once promised to return to Ryan once his loyalty had been proven sincere. The king stammered in disbelief, asking how he had found it in the royal treasury. Ryan's lips twisted. He had not found it. Prince Leo had risked everything to retrieve it, all to earn Ryan's trust. Ryan thought of the Leo of today, gentle and admirable, a future king worthy of loyalty. And all of it was thanks to Miss Sophia. The king screamed, accusing Ryan of betraying him for Leo and trying to kill him. Ryan replied calmly that killing him was not his duty. The cabin door was flung open, and a group of furious, armed villagers surged inside. The king shrank back in terror. Ryan's voice was devoid of emotion as he asked whether the king had forgotten them. They were the people he had driven from their own land 15 years ago, the people who had survived his cruel rule and lived in this forest all this time, waiting for this moment. Ryan declared that this was a fitting and absurd end. The king began to grovel, begging for mercy, begging for his life. Ryan looked down at him with utter contempt and said that the Amber family never begged. He took a step back. The villagers surged forward, their anger like a wave of vengeance. One final scream of agony was swallowed by the merciless forest, and Ryan stood there, silently and coldly witnessing long-delayed justice. Amid the slaughter, his face was a mask of endurance. Sophia ran with all her might, only one thought pounding through her mind. She had to find Lord Ryan before it was too late. She knew what he was capable of, knew what darkness he carried, and she feared that he was about to do something that could never be undone. She saw Leo ahead of her, his cloak billowing behind him. He shouted Ryan's name, begging him not to look, but they were too late. They rushed into the clearing and saw the horrifying scene. Ryan standing beside the king's bloody corpse. Leo forced out a single word, "Father." Ryan turned to them with a chillingly calm smile on his face. He said that Leo should not have brought a lady to a place like this. He looked straight at Leo, his smile widening, and called him an utterly terrible person for doing so. Ryan reminded Leo that when he was a child, he had warned him about the bedtime stories claiming that man-eating beasts lived in this forest. Leo admitted that he had always thought it was just something meant to keep him away from here, but he had not known the terrible truth. Ryan laughed, without the slightest humor in it. He said there were no such beasts here. He said that what truly lurked in this forest was much, much worse. He explained that this forest had always been managed by the Amber family, and that it was a convenient place for disposing of things. The name struck Sophia like a physical blow. The Amber family. Memories of her secret meeting with Ryan surfaced. She and Haydn had once gone to find him. She had confronted him with the truth. She had uncovered the history of his family as royal assassins and the king's brutal betrayal that had left him the only survivor. Faced with her accusations, he had coldly declared himself the king's dog and refused to help her. But she had continued pressing him, insisting that he must want revenge, because the two of them were the same, both driven by a thirst for justice. She had offered him a condition. If he would act as a bridge between her and Leo, she would give him a stage for his revenge. Back in the bloodstained clearing, Sophia realized how naive she had been. The anger Ryan harbored was deeper and darker than she had ever imagined. Ryan saw the expression on her face and told her it was not her fault. He explained that his family had chosen death rather than serve a man they deemed unworthy of being king, throwing all responsibility for what came afterward onto his shoulders. He called their choice irresponsible. Leo looked at him in horror, realizing that this too was Ryan's revenge for his family. Ryan confirmed it, raising the bloodstained dagger. And that, he said with a chilling sense of finality, was why he had no regrets left. Calmly, he stated the law. Anyone who harmed a member of the royal family would be sentenced to death. He promised that he would not cause Prince Leo any trouble. Then, with a soft and heartbreaking farewell, he lifted the dagger to his own throat. The blade bit into his skin, drawing a line of crimson. "You're mistaken." Leo lunged forward, crying out a desperate lie, saying that the king had repented of his mistakes and taken his own life to atone. He seized Ryan's wrist and stopped the blade at the last possible moment. He looked into Ryan's shocked eyes and asked whether he would tell just one lie for his sake. His voice rang out with the strength of a future king as he declared that he would ascend the throne. For that very reason, he would bear the royal family's shame, all of it. That included Ryan's burden as well. He begged Ryan not to waste his life on revenge, because he needed him. He needed Ryan to serve him and look after him from now on. Ryan was utterly stunned, his resolve crumbling as tears filled his eyes, and he whispered that Leo truly was an idiot. The three of them stood together in the silent, haunted forest, the bloody past behind them, and an unknown new future ahead. The next day, the official announcement of King Louis's death echoed through the royal capital. The Holy Maiden faction was swiftly imprisoned, and its power collapsed completely. Prince Leo addressed the nation, apologizing for the turmoil and promising a new era of peace. The people, weary of chaos, accepted his words with hope, and loyalty to the crown was restored. But in the darkest dungeon of the castle, Alice was lost in her own confusion. She clawed at her hair, her mind fracturing under the weight of failure, screaming that something was wrong, that none of this should be happening. In the suffocating darkness of the dungeon, a strange sensation stabbed the back of Alice's head. Through the cold iron bars, she could see two guards standing watch. Their presence was an unsettling change from the way she had always been ignored before. Something was wrong. A sudden, violent rage tore through her, scorching and blinding, and a terrible, soft light lit in her eyes as she stared emptily into nothingness. The king and McKill were both utterly useless. They were supposed to be the most important and powerful people in this country, yet they had allowed this to happen. A low growl tore from her throat, and then a terrible clarity washed over her mind. Every single person around her was an idiot. Her mad eyes widened. That thought expanded, devouring everything. Not just those people, but the entire country. Then, like a bolt of lightning striking her storm-filled mind, she understood. Ah, I see. A slow realization sank deep into her soul. A person as great as Alice deserved far better than this pitiful, foolish country. A new plan began to crystallize out of her chaotic arrogance. Now everything made sense. If everyone here was an idiot, then they could all be used. Her father, yes, he was the most useful idiot of all. If she asked him, he would surely help her escape this hateful place. She had to use everything useful, everyone useful. A low laugh trembled in her chest, soon spinning into completely uncontrolled mad laughter. In the darkness, dark, thorn flowers seemed to bloom around her, manifestations of her twisted ecstasy. Her face distorted into a terrifying mask of rapture. If this country is so thoroughly foolish, she thought, madness gleaming in her eyes, then I will be the one to abandon it. At that very moment, in the gilded hall of Richelieu Castle, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The Duke, the Duchess, and their daughter Sophia knelt on the soft carpet before the throne. The Duke's voice was taut as he formally thanked Prince Leo for taking the time to see them. Prince Leo's expression was as hard as granite, and he cut him off with a wave of his hand. He ordered them to dispense with the formalities, raise their heads, and get straight to the point. The Duke flinched, his nervousness plain to see. The Duke swallowed with difficulty and begged the prince's forgiveness for bringing up a private matter, but said that he had an important announcement. His voice trembled as he announced that, after adopting a suitable heir from a collateral branch of the family, he intended to relinquish the ducal title. The pain of that decision was carved into his face, the face of a man trying to flee his own life. Prince Leo's eyes narrowed into cold slits as he accused the Duke of merely planning to ignore the state of the nation. The Duke recoiled as if struck and was left speechless. The prince's voice was sharp, every word like a carefully aimed dart. He reminded the Duke that he was the one who had adopted the false holy maiden, Alice. He demanded to know on what grounds the Duke could be confident that the next child he adopted would not also have problems. Leo's voice lowered, filled with the weight of history. He reminded him that for generations, the Duke Owen family had been a pillar of the kingdom. Yet now, not long after Leo's own father had died, the Duke was shamefully shrinking from his duties. He leaned forward, his gloved hand tightening at his collar, and demanded to know whether the Duke did not find that terribly irresponsible. At last, the Duke collapsed, hunching over, utterly defeated. He confessed that he was no longer the great Duke Owen. He was merely an old man, wholly unfit to support his highness. Something that was not anger flickered across Leo's face. He acknowledged that the Duke was a considerate man, and that this virtue had many times calmed conflicts among the nobles. But his expression hardened once more, his fist clenching in frustration. Through gritted teeth, he said that this very same virtue was also the Duke's greatest flaw. It was blind sympathy that had made him pity the false holy maiden from the time she was a child. Leo admitted that she must have looked like a pitiful soul back then, but the Duke had failed to teach her even the most basic rules, which was why she had become the arrogant monster she was today. And that was not all. Leo roared, his voice echoing with righteous anger. The Duke's misplaced kindness had directly led to Sophia being tormented for many years. The accusation struck the Duke and Duchess like physical blows, their faces going pale with shock and guilt. Leo slammed a hand down on the armrest of the throne and declared that he did not need to hear any excuses. Anger flared in his eyes. He sneered at the Duke's desire to step down and stated plainly that it was nothing more than running away. Leo's voice was full of contempt as he asked whether Duke Owen was afraid of being judged or afraid of being called the father of a traitor. At last, he delivered that heavy sentence. A pathetic coward. The prince straightened, and his overwhelming presence filled the entire room. He roared that even if disgrace had stained his name, even if filth had filled his mouth, as her father, Duke Owen had a duty to stand up and defend the honor of his true daughter, Sophia. Finally, he bellowed an order so forceful that the whole hall seemed to tremble. No, it was your shame as her father that collapsed. Sophia's thoughts drifted back into the past. She remembered something Alice had once told her in her previous life, a cruel boast. The one person Alice could never fool forever was Sophia's mother. In those terrible days, Sophia had shut herself away, locking herself in her room, while her father had remained at the royal palace, running himself ragged to end the plague sweeping the nation. It was her mother alone who had desperately held everything together like a lonely fortress, doing all she could to keep the ducal family from collapsing under the pressure. And precisely because she was the one supporting everything, she was the first to notice that something was wrong beneath Alice's sweet exterior. While everyone else was deceived, her mother saw the truth and faced that darkness alone. A sad irony welled up in Sophia's heart. In this life, because she and her father had both stayed by her mother's side, that intense vigilance had softened instead. Her mother's gentle nature, no longer sharpened by loneliness and fear, had become more apparent. Just like her father, she too had wanted to believe that Alice could change. Looking at her broken parents, Sophia steeled her heart. She knew that the truth she was about to reveal would wound them more deeply than they could imagine. But it was necessary. Prince Leo's voice cut through the heavy silence. He addressed Duke Owen, saying that he believed the Duke had adopted Alice because of a promise he had made to his late younger brother. Shocked, Duke Owen admitted that this was true. Leo then declared that there was something they needed to see. A servant stepped forward and presented a thick book with a red cover. He explained that it was the diary Duke Owen's younger brother had been writing before his death. Duke Owen accepted the book with trembling hands, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He opened it, and when he recognized the familiar handwriting, a faint, nostalgic smile appeared on his lips. It was indeed his brother's writing. Confused, he looked up and asked why His Highness had such a thing, but then his gaze dropped back to the open page. The blood drained from his face. Duchess Owen and Sophia both drew in a sharp breath. The Duchess whispered in horror that it was impossible if what was written in the diary was true. Duke Owen was engulfed by a dark purple aura of despair. His world had utterly collapsed. With soul-destroying certainty, he realized that he had done something truly, utterly unforgivable. Prince Leo stood before the man collapsed on his knees, his voice as cold as final judgment. He told Duke Owen that now, at last, he had to understand the weight of his sins. He could grieve as much as he wanted, but the facts would not change. Hearing those words, she finally broke down, her body shaking with uncontrollable sobs. Duke Owen turned to Sophia, with tears streaming down his face, his voice broken to a whisper. He said he was sorry, and asked what in the world he had done to her. He begged her to tell him what he could possibly do to atone. Sophia's gaze was steady. She asked him if that was the case, whether he was willing to take responsibility. A new flame burned in her eyes. She declared that the responsibility of bringing everything with Alice to a complete end lay with their family. For that, she needed his cooperation. That night, Duke Owen walked down the cold, echoing prison corridor, his footsteps heavy with grim resolve. He stopped before a familiar iron bar door and called his adopted daughter's name. Alice turned around, the lingering gleam of her earlier madness still in her eyes. Duke Owen told her he had come to fetch her. A smug smile of triumph slowly bloomed across her face. Once she was safely seated in the carriage, Alice smiled brightly and thanked her father in a sickeningly sweet voice. She assured him that she was seriously reflecting on her mistakes, her expression a flawless mask of innocence. She was cheerfully saying how happy she was that her father had come to get her when Duke Owen's cold, flat voice, like a tombstone, cut her off. He told her that today would be the last time. He explained that he had pleaded with Prince Leo for a difficult act of mercy, allowing them to share one final meal as a family. Beyond that, he could do nothing more for her. She had to understand. The sweet mask instantly shattered, replaced by a vicious, knowing smile. She pointed out that his hands were trembling. Her voice turned into a venomous hiss. She reminded him that he had made a promise to his beloved younger brother, her father. Wasn't it his sacred duty to look after Alice forever? A dark, thorny aura pulsed around her as she leaned forward to mock him. In a coy voice, she asked whether he had treated her as a substitute for his younger brother. How pathetic. When the carriage arrived at the vast ducal estate, Alice rushed out, spread her arms wide, and happily announced that she was home. The grand entrance hall was utterly empty, with no one there except a single solitary figure. It was Sophia. Confused, Alice demanded to know where Mother was, and where everyone else had gone. Sophia's face was as furious as frost. She pointed a trembling finger at Alice, her voice ringing with anger as she asked how Alice had the nerve to step through the doors of their home after everything she had done. Alice merely clicked her tongue in irritation and called her sister noisy. The next instant, she transformed back into a fragile victim, hurriedly hiding behind Duke Owen and crying for him to help her. She sobbed that she had already reflected on her mistakes, but her cruel sister was still bullying her. Sophia erupted, screaming at her father and asking what he could possibly be thinking and how he could continue to indulge this monster. But Alice, hidden behind Duke Owen, merely sneered, savoring the chaos. She leaned in close enough that only Sophia could hear and whispered a cruel provocation. She told Sophia that she was truly frightening and that Prince Leo would surely be frightened of her too. The word struck Sophia like a slap, shocking her into silence. When their father weakly told Alice to stop, she skipped away like a spoiled child and even stuck out her tongue. This was all far too amusing, Alice thought, cruel delight dancing in her eyes. Sophia was such an eyesore. As for father, he was still the same as ever, a puppet who did whatever others told him to do. A wicked smile rose to her lips. She would make good use of him. She planned to leave this country, but before that, she would teach her dear sister a painful lesson. Her dark thoughts were interrupted by the chatter of two nearby maids. They squealed excitedly, overjoyed as they said that Prince Leo had finally become officially engaged to Lady Sophia. The news struck Alice like a physical blow, and her face darkened with rage. When the head maid hurried over to scold them, Alice overheard something else. Congratulatory gifts for the Duchess were being delivered. Gifts? What were they talking about? The maids giggled, saying that good fortune seemed to be coming one after another. Then one of them lowered her voice and delivered the devastating news. The Duchess was going to have a child. Hiding behind them, Alice felt as though the whole world had tilted, her eyes filling with utter terror. Those words echoed in her mind like the death knell of all her plans. Mother was pregnant. The thought was as enormous as a catastrophe, so absurd it should have been impossible. A shock wave of purple despair tore through her entire body. This cannot happen, she screamed inwardly, turning away from their happy chatter. The key to her entire plan was that father needed her, that she was his only heir. If a boy was born, a true heir to take her place, she would become nothing more than a problem to be discarded. Panic seized her throat. She would never allow that to happen. Father was her slave for life, her heart declared as it cracked beneath the pressure. She would never let him go. Never. She rushed into the study, her wild gaze sweeping over the bookshelves until she found what she was looking for. She pulled a particular book from the shelf, revealing a hidden compartment inside. Within it sat a small black box. Here it is. She seized the box, an evil, ecstatic smile spreading across her face. Sister, all of them, they should simply disappear. She opened the box, revealing a small vial of scarlet liquid inside. Her path was clear now. All she had to do was get rid of everyone in her way at once. Meanwhile, Sophia sat at her desk, surrounded by mountains of congratulatory gifts. She smiled and murmured to herself that this was truly wonderful, though checking them one by one was a great deal of work. There was a soft knock at the door, and Alice came in, wearing a perfectly angelic, sweet expression. Lightly, she said that Sophia had done such a good job. Sophia was startled by her sudden appearance. Alice raised the vial of red liquid and explained that she wanted to apologize properly, so she had brought a gift. A dark, thorny aura seemed to emanate from her. She suggested they talk before dinner, just the two of them. Her smile was like a terrifying omen of what was about to happen. The two sat facing each other in a private reception room, and Sophia asked what this was about. Alice merely smiled and told her not to make such a frightening face. As she spoke, she poured the scarlet liquid from the vial into 2 wine glasses. She said that this would probably be the last time they ever spoke. She pushed one glass towards Sophia and suggested that they at least do something sisterly once. Her voice was as sweet as syrup, as though anything could be forgiven. Sister, Alice began her accusation, saying with bitter hatred that Sophia had won in the end. She had stolen everything Alice had ever wanted. She asked whether Sophia had always looked down on her, pitying her because she was a commoner. She spat that from a moment they met. Sophia's attempts to act like an older sister had been unbearably annoying. She had always thought, "Who do you think you are?" Sophia's voice was soft, filled with a deep and unshakable sadness. She confessed that from beginning to end, all she had wanted was for them to become true sisters. When her father brought Alice home, she certainly had been surprised, but the face that flashed through her mind was her own young, delighted expression. She had been happy too. Alice sneered, her face twisting with disgust. She mocked Sophia as a pathetic dreamer. Sophia looked down at her hands, a feeling like resignation rising in her heart. Quietly, she said she understood now that she must have been very easy to deceive. She raised her head, her red eyes meeting Alice's. She asked whether it had been fun to deceive their parents, to deceive everyone. Alice's reason was terrifyingly simple and terrifyingly monstrous. Wasn't it obvious? She said, with a bright, chilling smile on her face. There is only one person worthy of becoming the princess consort, and that was her. Sophia's heart broke. That was all. That was her reason? She clenched the fabric of her skirt, the truth sinking into her stomach like a stone. She whispered that she finally understood. I suppose that means we could never have gotten along from the very beginning. Alice laughed. Exactly. She admitted that it was frustrating, but she would show mercy and let Sophia have the victory. She raised her glass and suggested they drink a toast, their first and last. Sophia let out a soft breath. She told Alice that she was truly forceful, but agreed all the same. A beautiful, calm smile appeared on her lips as she lifted her glass. She offered her own toast as well, sincerely wishing that they would never meet again. Their glasses touched, and Sophia tilted her head back and drank deeply. Suddenly, her eyes flew wide with shock. A choking sound escaped her throat, and the glass fell from her hand, shattering on the floor. She clutched her throat, struggling desperately to breathe. Alice burst into triumphant, hysterical laughter. She shrieked with joy, mocking Sophia for actually drinking it. She giggled and said the wine was poisoned. As Sophia collapsed to the floor, Alice looked down at her from above, her face filled with pure sadistic ecstasy. She hissed that Sophia should crawl around miserably and die like a filthy insect. If she wanted to hate someone, she should hate herself for being so careless right to the end. Goodbye, my foolish sister. She said it in a sing-song voice, waving happily and continuing to laugh. Yet on the floor, a soft, weary sigh slipped from Sophia's lips. Even in this life, she thought, nothing had changed. Alice's laughter caught in her throat. Her eyes widened in confusion. She clutched her head, her voice trembling with panic. Wait, what? Why? Why are you all right? As though in a dream, Sophia gracefully rose to her feet and casually brushed off her dress. Beautiful, thorned illusions of blue roses bloomed around her. Alice staggered backward in terror. She babbled incoherently that it was impossible, that she had tested this poison on a goose, and the goose had thrashed in agony and died instantly. Sophia calmly held up the now empty poison vial. The horrifying truth finally descended upon Alice's mind. No, impossible, she screamed, crawling backward. Sophia's expression was as cold and merciless as a winter storm. With a turn of her wrist, she poured out the final drop of thick scarlet poison directly onto Alice's head. The instant the liquid touched her skin, it hissed, and Alice let out a shrill, inhuman scream of pain. Watching this false sister writhe in agony on the floor, Sophia looked down at her, her voice nearly a whisper. The careless one was you.